All please rise. The Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Philippines and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having business before the Honorable Supreme Court of the Philippines shall give their attention, for the court is now in session.
Madam Clerk of Court, please call the case before us this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. This is a continuation of the oral arguments on the consolidated petitions in GR number 261892, Kilusan sa Pagbabago ng Industriya ng Transportasyon Incorporated or KAPIT et al. Versus City of Manila et al. GR number 262192, Atty. Juman B. versus Sangguniang Panglungsod ng Maynila and Honorable Dr. Maria Sheilah Lacuna-Pangan, and GR number 263752, Philippine National Taxi Operators Association Incorporated, Manuel C. Cruz and Jacqueline V. Serrano versus City of Manila, Quezon City, Valenzuela City, Parañaque City, Muntinlupa City, and Metropolitan Manila Development Authority. The petitions involve the constitutionality of the implementation of the No Physical Contact Apprehension Program or NCAP. Thank you, Your Honors.
Appearances.
Honorable Chief Justice, honorable members of the Honorable Supreme Court, good afternoon. Attorney Greg G. Pua Jr., together with Attorney Edgar Gino Bartolata, Attorney Veronica Soriano, Attorney Wendell Dinglasan, and Attorney Faye Agcarao for petitioners KAPIT et al.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Respectfully appearing as a petitioner for the case GR number 262192. I'm Attorney Juman B. And with Attorney Bertrand Russell Desanco, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Respectfully appearing as counsel for the Philippine National Taxi Operators Association, as well as the private petitioners in this case, the individual petitioners in this case, Your Honor, I am Attorney Lorman T. Arugay. I am joined by Attorney Aniceto E. Amugao II, Attorney Glacy Joy Paner, Attorney Ryan Mangulabnan, as well as Attorney Jerome Christopher C. Lainez, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for Respondents Land Transportation Office and Metro Manila Development Authority. I'm Solicitor General Menaro Bagevara. Together with me from the OSG are Assistant Solicitors General Marisa de la Cruz Galandines, Assistant Solicitor General Hermes Ocampo, and Assistant Solicitor General James Lee Kundangan. As directed by the court, we have also invited to be present for this afternoon's continuation of the oral arguments, a representative from the Land Transportation Office in the person of Regional Director Noreen Bernadette San Luis Lutey, and from the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority, Attorney Diane Dizon, Director of the Legal and Legislative Affairs Staff, and Director Milagro Silvestre, Director, Management Information Systems Staff. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. So we will resume the interpellation of Justice Limampao. Justice Limampao, please proceed.
Thank you, Chief. I have three relevant questions to petitioner KAPIT. So this must be answered by Attorney Poon. In light of the issues raised in that joint venture agreements. Attorney Poon, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. My first question is this. Can the court declare ordinances unconstitutional in view of facts subsequent to their issuance, which in this case, the execution of the joint venture agreements with contractor QPAX?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you expound on your answer?
The joint venture agreement, Your Honor, was mentioned in this case in the several ordinances of the respondent LGU. So it's interconnected, Your Honor. So the execution of that joint venture agreement can be one of the ground to declare the subject ordinances as unconstitutional, Your Honor.
Question number 2. Is it proper for this court to pass upon challenges against the validity of the joint venture agreements and declare them unconstitutional in these proceedings, given that contractor QPAX is not implemented?
Yes, Your Honor, considering if the ordinance would be declared unconstitutional or invalid, it follows that the LGUs who entered the same has no authority, has exceeded their authority, hence the agreement is also invalid, Your Honor.
Would that not violate the right to due process?
No, Your Honor, because the main party here is the respondent cities, and they're the one who raised the joint venture submitted the joint venture agreement, and QPAX can, their private contractor, Your Honor, can intervene, has the opportunity, Your Honor. So considering that it affects his rights.
It is then your postulation that contractor QPAX need not be implemented. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Question number 3. National Privacy Commission Circular 1602, dated February 10, 2016, entitled Data Sharing with Government Agencies allows personal data to be shared or transferred to a private person for the purpose of performing a public function or providing a public service. Are you claiming that these joint venture agreements violated the said circular?
Yes, Your Honor. Since LTO, who is the data owner of the informations of the vehicle owners and driver license, is not a party to the joint venture agreement, Your Honor. And that circular, Your Honor, provides for limitations. There are limitations that should be included in the agreement, which is not present in the joint venture agreement, Your Honor.
Do I get it right that you have read the provisions of National Privacy Commission Circular 1602 dated February 10, 2016. You mentioned about limitations. So you must have read that.
Some, Your Honor.
So can you point out the provisions of that circular NPC Circular 1601 that are violated by these joint venture agreements?
Your Honor, if I remember, that circular provides that data sharing should have time. The agreement should provide where the data opening or sharing would be conducted, and there should be limit as to the time when can the private person or designated person access the data, data, Your Honor.
That will be all for the petitioner, KAPIT. So may I now call
Take care.
thank you. Sergeant Ibarra to answer questions.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Ibarra. Well, on record, you are representing MMDA and LTO.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So I have also questions to the legal officers of the local government units. So they will be the ones to answer those questions. You
I see.
will only answer questions that are pertinent or relative to MMDA and LTO.
Yes, Your Honor.
correct? Okay. On pages 50 to 51 of the MMDA's comment, you claim that the MMDA Resolution 1601 and the local ordinances are separate and distinct from each other since their application and coverage are different. Correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, but not only that, because the legal basis for these issuances are also different. In the case of the MMDA, the source of its power to regulate traffic is the MMDA Charter. In the case of the local government units, the source of their authority to enact ordinances pertaining to traffic control and management emanates from the Local Government Code of 1991, Your Honor.
Can this be both enforced at the same time?
Oh, definitely yes, because the MMDA resolution number 16-01 applies to certain major thoroughfares, Your Honor, such as EDSA, C5, certain segments of Mindanao Avenue, Ross Boulevard, Pagbabago Boulevard, and some major thoroughfares, Your Honor. In the case of the LGU respondents, I suppose that their NCAP ordinances would apply only to certain streets within their territorial jurisdiction.
A reading of the MMDA resolution reveals that it merely provides guidelines and does not provide for the details of the implementation of the policy. Can you please enlighten us on how MMDA's NCAP is implemented?
Apart from the resolution itself of the MMDA, which was duly published, Your Honor, I understand that details for the implementation and application of the NCAP could also be found in the website of the MMDA. And I understand that the MMDA has also issued many issuances or literature for the consumption of the public so that the people will be properly apprised, in addition to what is contained in the MMDA resolution itself.
does the MMDA rely on the personnel and facilities of the local government units in the implementation of the no contact apprehension policy?
I'm not too sure, Your Honor, if there is any coordination between the MMDA and the local government units insofar as their NCAP applications are concerned, because their respective cameras are located on separate locations. As I said before, the MMDA high-resolution cameras are deployed in major thoroughfares, while those in the LGU jurisdictions are situated in their own territorial jurisdiction. So as to whether there is any further coordination with respect to NCAP between the MMDA and the local government unit concerned, I am not sure about that, Your Honor. But in terms of coordination of general traffic management and control, I am very sure that the MMDA is performing its function of coordinating overall traffic management in the entire Metro Manila area.
Does the MMDA have its own joint venture agreements with private entities?
I understand, Your Honor, that the MMDA has its own facility for the application of the NCAP, but it's not using the same private contractor QPACS, which is the common private service contractor of the respondent local government units.
If we declare invalid the assailed ordinances without declaring the MMDA resolution void, can the MMDA continue the implementation of its own no comprehension, no contact apprehension policy or NCAP?
Definitely, Your Honor, if this honorable court would declare that the MMDA resolution number 16-01 is not invalid or unconstitutional, then manifestly the MMDA will proceed to implement its own NCAP policy.
In the case of City of Manila versus Lagio Jr., on the volume 495 Philippine Reports 289, the Supreme Court held that one of the requisites of an invalid ordinance is that it must not be unreasonable. So, for instance, if my car was coding on a Monday, I traveled to Quezon City, Makati, and Manila, and thus incurred 3 violations under these 3 ordinances. However, if it is just the MMDA resolution that is in effect, it would appear that I can be held liable for only 1 violation. Does this situation show that there is already a way through which the objectives of NCAP may be achieved? What do you say?
You know, I'm not sure whether I got your question correctly, but you are saying, Your Honor, that there is a violation of the
Manila, Quezon City, and Makati ordinances.
right for using a car or a vehicle in violation of the number coding scheme. Is that your question?
Yeah, if you maintain that the MMDA resolution is just, there must only be 1 violation.
Your Honor, if the same violation is committed in the thoroughfares which are under the jurisdiction of the MMDA, then I suppose the responsible vehicle owner will be presumably held liable or responsible.
QPAX is a private company. It is involved in the implementation of the income, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can the enforcement of a city ordinance be the subject of a joint venture or service agreement between the government and a private company?
Yes, Your Honor, because that is precisely authorized under certain provisions of the local government code, because the local government units are themselves corporate entities. They have a corporate character, and in the exercise of their corporate character, they are authorized specifically under the local government code to enter into contracts. And another provision specifically states that local government units may enter into joint venture agreements with the private sector.
On this point, why is it that contractor QPAX is the only entity that concluded a joint venture agreement with the cities implicated here?
Your Honor, I am not in a position to answer that question because that pertains to the local government units concerned. Sorry.
You may try to answer this, or the city legal officers of the local government units involved. Okay, this is my question. Section 130D of the Local Government Code of 1991, Republic Act 7160, provides as one of the fundamental principles of local government taxation, revenues collected by local government units shall inure solely to the benefit of and be subject to disposition of the local government unit levying such tax, fee, charge, or other imposition. And the joint venture agreements between Manila and QPAX, it appears, it indicates that contractor QPAX is entitled to 65% of the penalties and fines collected, while the city of Manila gets only 35%. With respect to the joint venture agreements entered into between contractor QPAX and Paranaque and Valenzuela, these local government units are entitled only to 70%, 30%, while QPAX receives 70%. As regards Quezon City, contractor QPAX gets 60%, while the government of Quezon City receives only 40%. It would appear that the bulk of the collection that may come from fines and penalties, the contractor QPAX receives more than that of the share that may go to the local government units involved. What do you think? Is this not a clear violation of this fundamental principle of local government taxation, Section 130D of the Local Government Code?
No, Your Honor, because Section 130B refers to taxation, revenue raising measures of the local government units, and therefore all revenues should accrue to the benefit of the local government units. But the case of the NCAP is not a revenue raising measure. It is not a tax. It is a regulatory fee pursuant to the police power delegated to the local government units. Not taxation, but police power. So in that sense, Your Honor, since this is not, we're not talking about taxes, but regulatory fees. And all of these regulatory fees go to a certain trust fund. And according to the local government code, all monies going into this trust fund may only be spent or expended for specific purposes for which they were the trust fund was created. And precisely the NCAP trust fund was created so that the necessary expenses for the application and implementation of the NCAP can be met, including the services rendered by a private contractor who rendered a legitimate service to the local government unit. Your Honor.
If you read the provision, says tax, fee, charge, or other imposition. So it's your theory that regulatory fee is not covered by that phrase or provision.
Yes, Your Honor. It is my theory that it is not a form of tax, which is a revenue generating measure for the local government unit. It's simply a regulatory fee for the implementation of services, the basic services to the local government unit, pursuant to police power, not the power of taxation.
And therefore, this brings to mind the basic distinction between tax and regulatory fee or license.
Yes, Your Honor.
So an imposition may either be a tax or license or regulatory fee.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it is your postulation that these fines and penalties do not fall under that phrase, fee, charge, or other imposition.
Yes, Your Honor, because the purpose of the fines collected and that were accrued to the special trust fund would be for the purpose of regulating traffic, controlling traffic, managing traffic, and not for the purpose of raising revenue for the city.
As espoused by the Supreme Court in several cases, if the primary purpose is to regulate and raising revenue is merely incidental, the imposition is considered a license or fee.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And if the primary purpose, on the other hand, is to raise revenue and regulation is merely incidental, that can still be considered as tax or fee.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's what the respondents says. What is the basis for preventing vehicle owners tagged as NCAP violators from renewing their licenses or registration for their vehicles?
Your Honor, it's the logical connection between registered ownership and actual operation of a vehicle that prompts this aspect of the NCAP. There, in the eyes of the law, the registered owner of a vehicle is the operator. There is that presumption that he is the one who drives. the vehicle registered in his name. And if it's being driven by any other person, the presumption is that the owner has authorized that person to drive the registered vehicle. And for that reason, that other person becomes an agent in the contemplation of the law. So as far as the public is concerned, Your Honor, it is the registered owner who is the operator of the vehicle. And I think that is a very reasonable presumption because of the logical connection. Of course, Your Honor, we are aware about the case of Ereso versus Hepte on the presumption, the vehicle, registered vehicle presumption, which says that in case of accidents or quasi-delicts, the registered owner is disputably presumed to be the one who was vicariously or is vicariously liable for the tort or for the injury or the damage. Because of, I said, the logical connection, that is a very reasonable presumption. And in these proceedings, Your Honor, I am in fact pleading with the court to consider expanding the doctrine enunciated in Ereso versus Hepte to make that presumption applicable not only to accidents or quasi-delicts, but also to violations of traffic rules and regulations. The theory being, if we can validly adopt that kind of presumption in situations where injury or damage is concerned or is involved, with more reason that we can make that presumption in the case of mere violations of traffic rules and regulations. So it is our plea, Your Honors, that in this particular proceedings, that doctrine in the case of Ereso versus Hepte be expanded to cover a disputable presumption in the case of violations of traffic rules and regulations.
This is what the doctrine says, that September 30, 1957, brought in volume 102, Philippine Reports 103. The doctrine says, and then tell us your proposed expansion of the doctrine. A registered owner of any vehicle, even if it is not used for public service, should be primarily responsible for injuries to public or third person while it is being driven in the highways or streets. That's what.
Yes, Your Honor. Even in the case of private owners of registered vehicles, that presumption should apply. For example, if you are the registered owner of a vehicle and a friend of yours borrowed your vehicle, and quite unfortunately, he met an accident on a public thoroughfare, as far as the public is concerned, the registered owner will be presumed to be the one liable, but that is subject to remedies available to the registered owner, such as the probably in the case of civil action, then he can always implead a third party defendant so that he can pass on the liability to the actual tortfeasor.
The LTO has a large data bank of information on motor vehicle registration, ownership, and other details given by the registrant. The information is stored in its servers, particularly the LTO law enforcement adjudication system, or LETAS. My question to LTO is this: how are you safeguarding the data given by the registrants?
Your Honor, may I consult with
Yes,
a resource person from the LTO? Your Honor, according to the representative from the Land Transportation Office, in the case of the implementation of the NCAP, there are existing agreements or memoranda of agreement between the local government unit concerned, which has adopted an NCAP policy, and the LTO regarding the matter of access to data stored in the LTO, and only authorized persons coming from the local government units may have direct access to the LTO database. That these are covered by confidentiality provisions in the memoranda of agreements between the local government unit concerned and the LTO, Your Honor.
If there is a violation committed by a certain vehicle driver, how will the LTO determine that the information being asked by the LGU is valid?
Your Honor, under the law, local government units are mandated to report all traffic violations within their territorial jurisdiction to the LTO, because the LTO is the repository of all data and information pertaining even to violations of traffic rules and regulations.
Are there any specifications for the request for information of the local government unit from the LTO?
My understanding, Your Honor, is that based on the NCAP mechanism, if the requisite fines are not paid by the traffic violator within the regulated or within the prescribed period, then the local government unit concerned will notify and alert the LTO about the unpaid fees of the particular traffic violator with a registered plate number and so forth and so on. And that notification to the LTO will trigger an alert within the LTO, so that come renewal of registration and still the fines have not been settled, then the LTO will not renew the registration of that particular vehicle.
Do we have an assurance that the information given by the LTO to local government units is not altered?
Well, we can only presume, Your Honor, that based on the data available at the LTO, these are all computerized. We can only surmise that the LTO will give the accurate information as to the registered owner of a vehicle with a particular plate number caught in flagrante by the high resolution cameras of the NCAP mechanism.
Is there a possibility that contractor QPACs may access the LTO data bank or database?
There is no privity, Your Honor, between the service provider, the private party involved in the capturing of images, and the LTO on the other hand. The only role of the private service provided here is to provide the necessary equipment like the high-speed cameras, the digital cameras, and capture actual violations. Then they forward these images to the local government units for approval, for verification and approval. And it's the LGU, Your Honor, which will deal with the Land Transportation Office. There is no privity between the service provider and the LTO.
What security measures or procedures which may be provided before one can access information from this database?
As I mentioned earlier, Your Honor, it's only the local, with respect to NCOP, it's only the local government units who may have direct access to the LTO database, and these are covered by their own memorandum of agreements. So I suppose that everything would be spelled out in the memorandum of agreement. No other person will have access to specific personal information in the database of the LTO. With
This-
respect to NCAP, Your Honor.
This is my last question. In the LTO registration procedure, is there anything asked in the form that provides for consent on the part of the registrant that the data that the data is being forwarded to the local government unit?
Your Honor, I think the matter of consent is not really a requirement because this is exactly one of the exceptions under the Data Privacy Act, where the processing of personal information is required in the performance of the functions of public authorities. This is carved out from the requirements, from the general principles of the Data Privacy Act. In other words, even without the consent of the person concerned, because of the fact that the information will be processed for the discharge of a public function, then his consent is actually unnecessary and not required.
Thank you very much, Sergeant Guevara.
Thank you, Your
That
Honor.
will be all, Chief. Thank you.
Justice Singh, please proceed.
Thank you, Chief Justice. My questions are for the Council for Manila City and Quezon City. If we may invite both of you to please take the podium. So you can go to the other podium. I will address my first question to the Council for Manila.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes, you cited statistics to convince the court of the efficacy and also probably the urgency of the local ordinance, right?
Yes,
In your
Your Honor.
Annex 5, you cited a 91% reduction in traffic violations from December 2020 to August 2022. That's correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And these are violations only for the 5 intersections covered by the NCAP cameras?
These are violations because Your Honor, we started with 31 cameras in the city. By June 2022, we already have 80 cameras around the city, Your Honor.
So these are, the total is for all the cameras
For
used
all cameras.
for the NCAP,
Yes,
right?
Your Honor.
And so you attribute the reduction to the implementation of the NCAP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course, that period, December 2020 to August 2022, is also coincides with the period where we are going through lockdowns because of the coronavirus.
Yes, Your Honor.
So was that taken into account? Is there any causal relation for you to convince us that the reduction is solely due to the implementation of NCAP and not due to the reduction of vehicle volume because of COVID?
Your Honor, we had a comparative analysis between when the TRO was implemented, Your Honor, because we opened at least 8 cameras. It went live, like 8 cameras went live. And for the violations, there were at least an increase of at least 60 to 70% on a per camera basis. It was capturing 37 violations on a per camera basis, as opposed to the statistics 2 months prior to the implementation.
Correct. That's not in your Annex 5. Your
Yeah.
Annex 5 presents different statistics.
Yes, Your Honor, that was because our comment was filed prior to the issuance of the TRO.
All right, so you should correct that because that is what you filed with us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me go to the Council for Quezon City. In relation to the statistics, you also cited statistics for July 1st to August 30, 2022.
I believe so,
Yes.
Your Honor.
But there is no source that you cited in your comment. You just cited the numbers in your comment. So we would like very much to see your source for citing those statistics.
Yes, Your Honor, those were internal numbers provided to us by our traffic office. We did not provide the specific evidence because we felt that the venue was improper to provide such evidence. However, if the Honorable Court wants us to disclose those data, we shall give it to the
Well,
Honorable.
certainly, there is no better venue than now in this case. Okay, so we are also told initially that, as mentioned, there were 5 and now there are 82, correct, in Manila and cameras in operation.
There was an initial 31 cameras, Your Honor. In June 2022, there were already 80 to 82 cameras, Your Honor, installed.
Okay, so the cameras, the choice of intersections, what was the criteria for that?
Your Honor, initially we chose the busiest intersections.
So the busiest meaning
Yes.
those plied by public utility vehicles?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and
And then as we progressed with the implementation, Your Honor, and I think the service provider, we went together and identified more intersections, Your Honor.
okay, so at present, how many cameras?
Before the TRO, Your Honor, between 80 to 82, Your Honor.
Okay, and how many intersections in Manila?
We still have a lot of intersections not covered by the NCAP, Your Honor, but at least 82 intersections for these cameras, Your Honor.
Okay, so how often is the NCAP related website updated for Manila?
We have our own EDP, or electronic data processing
Yes,
office.
how often is it updated?
It's updated every day, Your Honor. We are.
Every day, like once every 24 hours?
Yes, we take a look at the glitches, Your Honor, every day.
Yes,
during the
because
implementation.
there is a provision for the period when the supposed offender can question,
Yes, Your
right?
Honor.
And then if it takes you 24 hours to update your website, then that's already one day taken out of their period to contest.
Your Honor, as soon as the camera captures the violation, it goes to the website. It goes to validation, Your Honor.
Yes, but the process is that, as you stated in your comment, not all violations. In fact, there are thousands of violations, but for a day, there will only be hundreds of notices of violation that are issued.
Yes,
Correct?
Your Honor, because they're being reviewed by our.
Right. So how long, the period taken to review those thousands of violations and to trim it down to hundreds just for a day will take time.
Your Honor, every day we continuously evaluate. We have personnel in the Manila traffic.
Correct.
and
So
parking.
the updating is not real time. It's not even within 2 hours or 3 hours or 24 hours.
I will have to check with our MTBV, Your Honor, but I was told that they continuously look at the captures of the cameras. So it was in our conversation, it was being updated 24/7. But the evaluation usually just goes through office hours, 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock, Your Honor.
Yes. So updating is not the same as continuous review.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. May I ask the same question of the council for Quezon City?
Yes, Your Honor. I also am not aware of the frequency of the updates regarding the website. However, we would just like to say that it does not matter regarding the prescriptive period for the payments because our ordinance specifies that the prescriptive periods only run upon actual receipt of the vehicle owner of the notice of violation itself, Your Honor.
But isn't it also provided that the offender, the supposed offender who is notified can look at the website to see the actual video?
Absolutely, Your Honor, but it is not the determinative period in act in which the
Right.
period runs.
So I receive my notice now, my period starts running, correct?
from the physical receipt of the
Yes,
notice.
yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then I look at the website, but the video corresponding to my violation is not there because it's not updated real time.
I have not heard of any instance that that in that specific instance has occurred, but there's an adjudicatory process, Your Honor. So if you believe that the violation is in error, you could contact the city government so that they could provide you, or you could raise your objection to the alleged violation.
But in the meantime, my period is lapsed.
Your Honor, we have 30 days before it may lapse, Your Honor.
Even 30 days, if it's not updated regularly.
I am certain, Your Honor, that it would
Well,
be
certainty
updated.
should be backed up by evidence. It's not just citing, I'm certain.
Thank you, Your Honor. Respectfully, Your Honor, the petitioners have not presented any evidence that.
Well, the
this
court is asking you now, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
My next question is, I go back to that process where not all violations that are recorded are issued notices of violations, correct?
Yes, Your
For
Honor.
both Manila and Quezon City.
Yes,
So there is a selection process and there is an authorized employee who
Yes,
goes
Your Honor.
through the videos and then chooses.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what is the criteria for that? How do we say that this violation is worthy of issuance of a notice of violation?
Our personnel who evaluates the violations, Your Honor, are trained. They've been trained previously to determine which are categorized as clear violations, Your
Okay.
Honor.
So these categories that you referred to, are they written?
They have a guideline, Your Honor, for the violations.
Is
Your
this
Honor.
published anywhere?
No, Your Honor, these are for the personnel of the Manila Traffic and Parking Bureau.
So in essence, we can cite people for certain violation and they never knew that it is something that they could be cited for because they were never really informed of it.
It is our position, Your Honor, that the videos, when they see the videos and the captures, Your Honor, they'll be able to determine, Your Honor, that there are obvious violations during
Yes, counsel, but all these in both your comments are described as violations already. And
yes,
yet not all of them are issued notices of violations. So how do you distinguish? And how do you choose which violations to issue notices for? That's my question. And how is the public informed of that?
Your Honor, as soon as the camera captures the supposed violation, Your Honor, it goes through the process of evaluation through our evaluators. The evaluators will now, through their guidelines, determine if this will go through notices of violation or not, Your Honor.
And the guidelines are just internal.
Yes, Your Honor, but most of the violations are, you can already see from the video, it's very obvious from the videos that there are violations of traffic regulations.
But they are all violations.
Not everything is considered a violation as soon as they go through the evaluators, Your Honor.
All right.
Some
So,
of them are removed.
so you're now changing what you said in your comment, that these are all violations and then, but not all of them are issued notices of violations?
They
They
were
are flagged
captured.
as violations,
They
right?
were initially flagged as violations, Your Honor, but then when it goes through the evaluators, Your Honor, some of them are removed by the evaluators.
Based on
Honor.
your guidelines?
Yes, Your Honor.
Internal guidelines?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is it the same case for Quezon City?
I believe, Your Honor, that our traffic department uses the definition of the violation itself in the ordinance or other applicable laws. And that definition accompanied with their expertise in traffic regulation, that is the determinative factor in which to determine if there was an actual violation, Your Honor.
Okay. Now let me turn to the agreement, the service agreement with QPAX. You're both aware of section 9.3, the warranties.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So under section 9.3, it says that QPAX makes no warranties of any kind, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability and fitness for a particular purpose. You're aware of this warranty?
Yes,
Yes,
Your Honor.
Okay, and we agreed to this warranty that QPAX is not warranting the merchantability and fitness for the purpose of its system.
Yes, Your Honor. However, that warranty is not really effective when it comes to the obligations that QPAX has in regards to providing the service. So if it's in breach of their obligations, then regardless of that warranty, they would have to address that breach.
But isn't it that the service agreement is precisely for QPAX to provide you with this system and operationalize it?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if it's not fit for that purpose, QPAX is free. There is no protection for the LGU
Your Honor,
because of this warranty.
Your Honor, it warrants that, I believe it's a boilerplate provision. However, more explicit provisions and applicable is the obligations of QPAX under our joint venture agreement, in which it specifies the service that it should provide to the city, Your Honor.
Well, that is your view. May we hear from counsel for Manila, please, on 9.3.
Yes, Your Honor, we are aware of that provision, Your Honor. While QPAX does not warrant those, well, there's no such warranty from our service contractor, Your Honor. So far, Your Honor, the service is being rendered by our service provider so far meets our standards for the implementation of the service agreement, Your Honor.
Okay, and if the time comes that the services do not meet the standards anymore of the local government unit, what will be the recourse?
As for that, Your Honor, I believe, Your Honor, there was a previous service agreement with QPAX, Your Honor. And when the city found that there were certain provisions that needed to be amended, Your Honor, it entered into a supplemental agreement with the service provider, Your Honor.
Yes, but right now, this is the agreement between you and QPAX.
Yes, Your Honor. That will be our remedy, Your Honor. We can enter into a supplemental agreement.
After they have already failed to perform up to standard. Anyway, thank you. That is all, Chief.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next to interpolate is Justice Ko. Please proceed. You're not, okay. Who else? Justice Lopez.
Can I call on Attorney Pa? Not only as petitioner himself, as counsel for himself. Attorney Pa, I did call you. One, because you are the only one of the three petitioners who actually experienced being apprehended, charged, and even fined. And I believe you paid under protest
Yes, Your Honor.
3 times.
That is 4 violations, Your Honor.
3 violations?
4 violations, Your
4
Honor.
violations.
Around 13,000. But
In
I paid.
separate instances?
Yes, Your Honor.
I hope it does not become a habit on your part.
And even the same place, Your Honor. Same lane.
Well, anyway, Attorney Pa, I'd like to discuss about substantive and procedural due process. As you were saying, you were fined 4 times, all worth 13,000.
Yes, Your Honor. For the first violation, 2,000. For the second violation, 3,000. And for the third and fourth should be 4,000 pesos, Your Honor.
Now, do you consider these fines as in the nature of as penal in nature, or is it an administrative fine? Or in the words of the Solicitor General, it is a regulatory fees?
I do not agree with the stand of the Solicitor General. With due respect, Your Honor, it's not more on regulatory fees because in the first place, the fine for traffic violation appears to be oppressive. It's discriminatory also, Your Honor, because the fine
Well, can you
is
be
quite
more,
excessive, Your Honor.
can you be more specific when you say it's oppressive?
Yes, Your
2,000
Honor.
is oppressive.
Yes, Your Honor. Because if you have been caught,
What would be the violation to be fined 2,000? What will be the particular offense committed?
obstruction of pedestrian lane, Your Honor.
So 2,000 is already oppressive from your point of view.
Yes, Your Honor, because if you have been caught by the local traffic enforcers, they are collecting only 1,000 pesos. So the 2,000 pesos, if you have been caught through NCAP, but there is no substantial distinction to make the apprehension is special or aggravating.
So you were saying previously it was 1,000 if you were apprehended by a police or by a
Enforcers, Your Honor.
enforcer, and but now you are being fined 2,000 because you were caught under NCAP.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
you think it is already oppressive.
Yes, Your Honor.
So 1,000 is not oppressive according to Justice Maidas.
I think it's reasonable, Your Honor, because all some other agencies, Your Honor, all the cities, through personal or face-to-face apprehension, they're all only collecting 1,000 pesos.
But you see, the city council is empowered under the local government code to impose a fine not more than 5,000. So it's even far from the maximum amount of 5,000. Anyway, if we go back to my first question, do you consider it as a fine as criminal or penal in nature, or it is mere regulatory fees, and explain why? Because this will explain the correct procedural process where you have to be charged. Either you have to be charged before the adjudicatory board, or as you were saying in your position paper, that there is a law, Batas Pambansa 129, I suppose, that says traffic violations must be filed before the proper MTC. So please explain.
The ordinance, Your Honor, the fine imposed is penal in nature, Your Honor, because it is considered a violation of an ordinance with a respective implication for facing a criminal prosecution. It should be filed with the first level. Fine.
Recording in progress.
So the imposition of fine, Your Honor, as a penalty for the commission of an offense is either conviction and even fine. Under Article 3, Section 19, excessive fines and penalties shall not be imposed, nor cruel, degrading, and inhuman punishment, Your Honor.
And again, you're going back that the fine is too excessive, no? But as I was telling you earlier, the city council is empowered to pass an ordinance and impose penalty as much as 5,000. But in your case, what was imposed only was a penalty, a fine totaling 2,000 for each violation.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it contravened with what happened to my case, Your Honor. First violation is subject to 2,000 penalty, but I need to pay for the interest. From the time I need to pay from the time I failed to contest, despite the fact that I haven't received any notices from them. 2,000, I think it's around 3,200 pesos I paid for that first violation. For the 3,000, I need to pay more than 4,000 pesos. And for the third and fourth violation amounting to 4,000 pesos, I think I paid more than 5,000 pesos for that, Your Honor.
Now, let's go to the substantive due process. No? Probably we have to define what is substantive due process. In this case, there must be a reasonable end, a reasonable means for a reasonable purpose. Now, the purpose was to create a more orderly traffic situation in the city of Manila. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And some of the figures given by Justice Monet say that 91% of traffic violations previously committed were down to I don't know how many percent, but it was greatly reduced. Don't you think the purpose was achieved in a way?
I think, Your
Or
Honor,
you want to go back to the olden times where there will be 91% violation on the streets? And I'm not trying to generalize everybody, but I think corruption is prevalent in the streets in the city of Manila, committed by some police enforcers. So you want to go back to the older times, or you want mas mura? O sige, can you explain? Attorney
regarding the exercise of police power of the city government of Manila in creation of an ordinance regarding the implementation of the NCAP, the subject matter, Your Honor, is unlawful in the first place, because we cannot find any that means of apprehension under the Republic Act 4136, the LTO law, that the only way on how to apprehend erring motorists is for the face-to-face, Your Honor, and to get a copy of the license and to issue citation tickets. So in this case, Your Honor, they violate the lawful subject of the ordinance and also the means
So-
employed.
You're saying, counsel, there is a lawful subject because the lawful subject is the lawful for purpose in this case, which is to create an orderly traffic situation in the city of Manila. What you do not agree with is the lawful means. You are saying it's unlawful because the law, the previous law, which is Republic Act 4136 says that there must be face-to-face apprehension. Is that what you're trying to say and convey to this court?
Yes, Your Honor, the means and even the subject, Your Honor, what unlawful in the
No.
first place, Your Honor.
Now,
Because
can you tell me and read from where you are the specific provision under Republic Act 4136, which says that it's limited to face-to-face apprehension?
it was explicitly provided for under Section 29 of the article.
Do you have a copy of the law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, you can look into your records, Attorney Pa, and tell me why that is your understanding of the specific provision of the law.
Yes, Your Honor. Section 29, confiscation of driver's licenses. Law enforcement and peace officers duly designated by the commissioner shall, in apprehending any driver for violation of this act or any regulation issued pursuant thereto or traffic rules and regulation, confiscate license of the driver concerned and issue receipt prescribed and issued by the commission, therefore, which shall authorize the driver to operate a motor vehicle for a period not exceeding 72 hours from the time and date issued by the receipt. The period shall be fixed in the receipt, shall not be extended, and shall become invalid thereafter. Failure of the driver to settle this case within the 15 days from the date of apprehension will cause suspension and revocation of the license.
Now, there is a paragraph following that. I don't know if you have read that, which says that the LTO in that instance under the law is allowed to adopt any other means to achieve the purpose. Can you read the following paragraph? Now, this law, Attorney Pa, was passed in 1964, way back in 1964. So even the lawmakers themselves were looking forward already at that time that there might come a time that they might need some other means to apprehend violators of traffic rules. So they foresee and they included in that law, if you will care to look and read that portion of the law, which says they can adopt any other means for this purpose.
I cannot find that.
You cannot find it. I'll try
Section
to
29, Your Honor.
I'll try to look it for you. But please give me some more time because
Your Honor, with that respect, Your Honor,
Yes.
for me, there must be a law for
There
that
must be a law.
specific,
Don't
and
you
also
think it's sufficient?
it needs an
A
amendment.
law that was passed in 1964. The lawmakers at that time were already able to see that sometime in the future, we might need some other means. And this could be the means at this time by which we can apprehend violators of the traffic rules. So we cannot say that there is no law concerning NCAP or violation or apprehending violation to the use of NCAP. Anyway, we'll go to the, you try to include that in your position paper that you will be asked to submit to this court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, I also want to give you the platform or the chance to explain and respond to the statement made by the Honorable Solicitor General when he said the rule on registered owner or the registered owner rule must not only be applied to accidents or quasi-delicts, but also to instances where there is traffic violation. Now, if I may remind you, there are succeeding laws on traffic rules where the registered owner rule was also applied. And these instances are the Distracted Driving Act, which was passed in 1999. I think the presumption that the registered owner should be made liable was also included in that law, and also the Seatbelt Act, which was recently passed. So they included the registered owner rule, and the legislators were one with us, or were one in saying that the registered owner rule must not be made applicable only to accidents and quasi-delicts, but also to violation of traffic rules. How will you respond to the statement made by the Solicitor General?
It should not be applicable in the NCAP, Your Honor, nowadays. But it may be allowed if there is a law created by the national legislature to that effect. And with regard to ordinance, I think they may somehow disregarded some other issues.
But Counsel, if I may interrupt you, this rule is already made applicable and part of the law on NCAP. It's part of the law on the ordinance, is it not?
Because the apprehension of the NCAP, Your Honor, by looking at the motor vehicle plate number, it means that they are presuming that the owner is the one who was driving the car.
But that is only a presumption. But that rule is already included in the ordinance. Now, if you can prove, and just what you did, you file a protest when you paid the fees, and when they showed you the video, and you can show, and you can see that you were not the one driving the vehicle, you will not be asked to pay the fees anymore. Is this not the rule?
The problem with the City of Manila, Your Honor, they capture the plate number and imposing burden upon the registered owner.
Is it only the plate number? Does it not show your face?
No, Your Honor, because it was strategically positioned at the back to capture the plate number. There is no intention on their part to capture the driver at the
Can
time.
we ask the counsel for the City of Manila, is this true what Attorney Pa was saying?
Your Honor, the capture is at the rear of the vehicle.
Rear of the vehicle, so
Yes,
you can only see the back of the head.
Yes, Your Honor.
You cannot see the face.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Data Privacy Act, you were saying also in your paper that there was violation of Data Privacy Act because the one maintaining the information is the private entity, the private contractor. In this case, they call it
QPAX Traffic
QPAX.
System Incorporated.
QPAX Traffic System. So is it not that the Data Privacy Act itself provides for exemption if the information is necessary for the government to do its functions? It will not be violative of the Data Privacy Act, as in this instance, the information are necessary for the apprehension of the purported or supposed violator of the traffic rules.
The QPAX is not entitled to that particular provision, Your Honor.
But did you not hear what the Solicitor General or what the City Council of the Council of the City of Manila was saying? That there were the information is provided to the LTO or to the City of Manila, for the City of Manila government to process and to charge you, and the private entity has nothing to do with the information.
And I think, Your Honor, that's a question of according to them. But for me,
according to you,
for me, Your Honor, the violation of paragraph 4,
E.
section E, Your Honor, it must be done for the exemption by the independent central monetary authority and a regulatory agency, which has statutory and constitutionally mandated to do that function, Your Honor. In this case, QPAX is not entitled to that exemption, Your Honor. They do not belong to that category, Your Honor.
well, thank you, Attorney Pa. I don't want to take the time from my other colleagues. Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And thank you for bringing this case to this court. But hopefully, it will not become a habit on your part to violate traffic rules. Thank you, Attorney Pa.
I just have
Yeah.
a few questions.
Go ahead,
Chief.
Justice Garland.
Okay. Tatagalugin ko ho yung aking mga tanong para maintindihan ho ng mga ordinaryong mga may-ari ng behikulo at saka mga drivers. Can I ask the respondents to kung sakali ho maski yung mga LGU representatives nila ho. Manila or Quezon City or Parañaque, dahil taga Parañaque ako eh. Dahil mga tanong ko ay through my own experiences. Asan ho yung taga Parañaque?
Magandang hapon po. Ako po yung taga Parañaque, Your Honor.
Minsan kasi doon sa may lugar doon sa Parañaque, yung yung driver ko ay palaging nahuhuli ng beating the red light. Beating the red light, siguro 3 beses na. Ang nagbabayad, hindi naman ako eh. Dahil yung sasakyan ng Supreme Court. No, I'm just joking. It's my vehicle. It's my private vehicle. Ang nangyayari, dahil sa traffic doon sa lugar namin, so yung red light, the traffic lights, dahil sa traffic, wala naman kasing yun eh, yung binibilang, di ba? Minsan malalaman mo na kung you already beating the red lights at 1, 2, 3, 4. Ganun na, kaya you're supposed to slow down. O ano. Hindi actually nga beating the red light eh. Beating the yellow lights eh. Ngayon, ang nangyayari, meron traffic enforcer doon. Yung mga barangay lang naman. Ang mangyayari, papasukin ka na eh. Papasukin ka na. Kaso, nahuli ka na nung camera. Bakit ako as the owner, ako pa yung the burden of ako pa yung may burden na i-prove na ako ay hindi nagkasala dahil nga pinapasok na yung driver ko yung pinapasok na siya ng traffic aid.
Gandang hapon po. Sa ganung pagkakataon, maaari magtatagalo po ba?
Oh,
Sa ganung pagkakataon po, yan naman po na nakukonsidera po sa Traffic Adjudication Board. Pag naman po nagprotesta sa loob ng 5 araw, ipakikita po, bukod po sa ina-upload na video sa website, maaari pong puntahan sa Traffic Adjudication Board sa aming pong opisina sa City Legal Office upang ipakita po yung violation. Pag nakita naman po yan na meron pong partisipasyon ng traffic enforcer, yan naman po ay karaniwan po na pagbibigyan. Sa ganun po nga, actually po sa ordinansa po namin, pagka nga po may natikita na rin po yan ng enforcer, hindi na po siya dapat na maging subject po ng notice of violation sa NCAP.
ang dali hong sabihin yun na pupunta ka lang doon, ganito, ano. Pero sa reality pag pumunta ka kasi ako mismo, pumunta ako doon yung mga tao doon, sabihin ka ganila, hindi, magbayad ka muna. Magbayad ka muna. Ganun So, iinit lang yung ulo mo. Iinit lang yung ulo mo. Edi, gagawin mo na lang. O di sige, babayad ka na lang. O, ano. Unang-una, napakamahal. I don't know the reason why dito sa NCAP, the penalties ay mas mataas pa kaysa doon sa yung existing. Kaya nga sabi nga ng mga ibang mga drivers na nakakausap ko, balik na lang tayo sa dati. Mas mura sa traffic enforcer No, I'm just yun lang naman. Kaya nga sinasabi ko lang ang hirap kasi doon what I'm just trying to drive at is yun sa proseso. Maganda yung kung tutuusin maganda I don't have any question about the nobility of the law or the regulation. Yun lang sa proseso lang, doon lang ako nagkakaroon ng problema Kagaya rin doon sa nakikita ho ba yung loob ng sasakyan ng camera?
Sa pagkakaalap ko po, hindi po. Ang tanging impormasyon lang pong nakakaalap po pagka nagsisimula po yung NCAP base sa mga camera ay yung pong pangalan ay ito lang kinukuha po ng camera yung plaka, yung kotse, yung gumawa po. Yun lang po yung mga impormasyong karaniwan po. Unang kinukuha ng camera, pinoproseso po ng PUPAX at yun po ang binibigay po sa local government unit para verifikahin po kung talagang nagkaroon po ng violation. Sa lungsod po ng Parañaque, 15 lang po yung violation na nasasaklaw po ng NCAP. Hindi po lahat ng traffic violation ay saklaw po nito. Kaya galing po dun sa video na pagkakahuli po, yun ang ipapadala sa LGU. At yung LGU po, dideterminahin ng mga otorisadong empleyado po kung ito ay napapaloob sa isa sa 15 violation na nasasaklaw ng NCAP. So doon pa lang po yun. Yun po lang po ang mga impormasyong nakukuha. Tapos yun po, kukunin po sa LTO yun. Wala pong, doon po sa prosesong yun, hindi po nasasangkot ang QPAX.
So ano ho yung mga violations na covered ho na ng NCAP sa Parañaque po?
Kung maari ko pong basahin.
15 sabi mo kanina.
Opo.
Wala ho ba yung distraction, yung nagte-text ka, maganon?
Baka po yun nasasaklaw po ng po. But ito po ang 15 nasasaklaw. Beating the red light po, staying on the pedestrian lane, staying on the yellow box, driving over speed limit, making illegal turns, driving on one-way streets, illegal change of lanes, counterflowing, illegal parking, unregistered motor vehicle, violation of loading/unloading zone, violation of truck ban, violation of number coding scheme, obstructing roads by motor vehicles, and other violations of traffic regulations.
Nabanggit ho nyo kanina yun sa pedestrian lane Karamihan ho naman sa mga kalye natin, wala naman ho pedestrian lane yun So how would the camera know na may sa pedestrian lane?
Pili lang naman po yung mga panunukan na yung mga kanto po na merong cameras, yung po mga kantong yun, sigurado pong may ano po yun, may pedestrian lanes kung yun po ang tamang tawiran.
So selective pala
Selected
ito.
lang po.
Okay. So yung mga ibang mga lugar, meron pa rin traffic aid doon.
Meron pa rin po.
Nagtiticket pa rin doon.
Po. At
So-
pag natikitan po sila ng traffic enforcer, hindi
So-
po sila masasaklaw.
So meron ho ba kayo statistics kung ano ho mas maraming nahuhuli? Yung bang camera o yung mga traffic enforcers?
Kinalulukot ko, wala po akong ganyang informasyon. Pilit ko pong hiningi ang informasyon sa and Parking Management Office po namin, pero wala po sila sa kasamang palad na ganung informasyon po sa kasalukuyan.
Pero for sure, ang suspicion mo mas marami sa camera kaysa sa traffic enforcers, di ba?
Hindi ko po
Bakit?
makumpira.
Kasi mas maareglo yung traffic enforcer. Ang tinitingnan ko rito na yung implementation kung ready na ba tayo? Ready na ba tayo rito? Kasi ang mga kalye natin, even sa doon lang sabi ko nga, yung sabi mo na selected places or sites, hindi nga naayos yung flow of traffic. Kagaya sabi mo kanina na yung illegal parking, gumilid ka dahil nga it just so happen na nandun ka na-covered ka nung camera. Pero gumilid ka lang doon dahil sa may mga dadaan or anuman. Nakuha ka na doon. Yun lang ang nakakapture . It's just a picture pero hindi yung video mismo. Tama ba?
Hindi po. May video po na pinoproseso po. So yan po, pag pumunta po kayo sa aming opisina po, kung saan po nandun ang Paranaque Traffic Adjudication Board, may maliit na monitor po yan, kung saan po ipinakikita yung video ng pagkakahuli po.
Pero ang ipapadala sa'yo picture, hindi ng video .
Opo, kaya nga
Picture.
po, tama po. Kaya po maaari din sa website, ma-access po kung saan po naka-upload yung video. Kasi pag minil po yan, printed lang po.
Yun nga,
Talagang still pictures lang po yun.
printed lang yun. Saka mo lang malalaman yung video kung pupunta ka mismo na doon sa, hindi po ba, yung pupunta ka na doon sa City Hall.
Or kung mag-check kasi meron pong detalye yung notice of violation na nakatugma po doon na pag nilagay niyo po sa website, lalabas po yung informasyon, yung video po nung pagkakahuli po. So doon po makikita sa website. Kahit po hindi po kayo pumunta sa Traffic Adjudication Board po.
Doon ho ba sa service provider ho ninyo, paano ho ba yung pagbabayad ho ninyo doon? Meron ho ba yung kontrata na monthly or for a year ganito yung babayaran? Or meron ho ba yung commission basis na alam mo sa Amerika ho, ganun nangyayari doon yung mga traffic enforcers doon . Traffic enforcers na yon pero meron silang quota. Kaya bago mga siguro 2 days or 3 days before nang matapos ang buwan, marami silang, kung kulang pa sila sa quota, nanghuhuli sila. Ganon din ho ba dito?
Lungsod po ng Paranaque, wala pong quota. Bagamat meron pong porsyento po ng hatian sa lahat po ng nakakala po na kabayaran sa mga fines po, na ito po ay dinideposito gaya po ng nabanggit kanina sa isang trust fund po. So wala pong quota, wala pong ganung target na kailangan pong ma-meet para sa isang buwan. Karaniwan po ang lungsod ay nagbabayad ng share ng QPAX po sa loob ng 10 araw matapos matanggap ang invoice po.
So hindi nakikita talaga sa loob ng sasakyan. Kaya kung tinted yung fully tinted yung sasakyan mo, hindi makikita ng camera sa loob.
Sa pagkakaalam ko po namin, hindi po. Kaya nga po, nagkakaroon po ng, kahit po doon sa ordinansa po namin, nakapaloob po doon na talagang, nandun na po, na maaari pong maging basehan po ng pag-contest o ng opposition po, yung mapatunayan po ng rehistradong may-ari na hindi po siya yung nagmamaneho nung sasakyan sa panahon pong na-capture po siya ng camera.
Ano ho nakukuha nung yung tinitingnan ho yung basis nyo? Yun ho bang kasi kumisan wala pang plate number . Meron lang yung conduction sticker. Yun ho ba nakikita o yung protocol plate?
Yung pong bandang likuran po, yung conduction kung wala pong plaka, Pero yung plaka po, karaniwan yun po, nakukuha po yun sa video at sa still photos po.
Kung may protocol plate, nakukuha rin.
Nakikita rin po yun. Bagamat nakapaloob din po sa ordinansa na kung ito po ay ginagamit po sa lehitimong operasyon, ito naman po pag pahayag po na ito po ay, kasi nung panahon ito po ay mahuli, ito po ay ginagamit sa lehitimong operasyon po ng empleyado po ng pamahalaan, napagbibigyan naman po.
Ang hindi ko pa rin talaga, hindi pa rin ako kumbinsido dito kung bakit yung may-ari ng sasakyan, siya ang pinaparusahan. Hindi ho ba, sabi ni kagalang-galang na solisyon dyan kanina, may yung parang presumption na yung kung sa sa RS at HERPE kanina na para presume na siya yung siyang operator. O siya yung operator pero hindi siya yung driver. Ang pagkakaintindi ng mga ordinaryong mga driver, iba yung operator. Iba yung driver. Pag sinabi ng operator, siya yung may-ari nung sasakyan pero hindi sila yung nagmamaneho, di po ba?
Po, ang punto lang po namin doon, ito po bagamat presumption, disputable presumption po. So nasa kapasidad po ng taong ma-inconvenience pansamantala po sa pagkakataon po ito yung registered driver na mapatunayan po na hindi siya ang nagmamaneho po nung sasakyan nung panahon siya po ay ma-apprehend po sa pag-violate po ng traffic rule.
Kaya nga, bakit hindi na lang i-require itong mga service provider na ang gawin nila ng gumawa sila ng isang sistema na ang makikita yung driver mismo, hindi lang yung sasakyan. Hindi ko ba pwede yung gano'n? Sa technology natin?
I would need to, kailangan po siguro yan po manggaling po sa provider kung may teknolohiya na po silang angkop para sa ganyan pong Bagamat karaniwan po kasi pag binaviolate din yung traffic dinalampasan po yung panulukad eh. So pag nag-beat the red light ka po, hindi naman po yung harap yung magbabiolate na makikita. Pag tumawid po, yung likod po, yun po yung makakapture. At meron din po siguro na usapin po tungkol dun sa privacy po ng mga nagmamaneho na baka hindi naman po required o kailangan makuha yung mukha na nagmamaneho para lang po maikas sa katuparan po yung layunin ng ordinansa na mapaayos po yung daloy ng trapiko sa pamamagitan po ng pagpapatupad po ng mas maigting na pagpapatupad po ng ordinansa ukol sa trapiko po.
So paano masasabi na merong violation kung sabi mo nga yung likod ang nakakapture? Let's say beating the red light. Nasa likod pala yung camera.
Video po yun. So yan po, simula sa pagtakbo nyo po, hanggang sa tumawid po kayo na naka-red na po ang ating pong traffic light, makikita po yun. Yung nakikita lang po na ine-emphasize po na nalikod, baka yun po yung ipinadadala lang po. Para lang na picture na ng pagtawid, makita lamang po yung plaka ng sasakyan na nag-violate. Pero yan po, pag po kinontes yan at inusisa po, makikita po yung video. So meron pong ganun pong pamamaraan po na nakapaloob po sa pagpapatupad ng ordinansa po.
Yun ho bang penalties dito uniform ho ba sa lahat ng mga syudad? Or iba-iba ho? Sa Parañaque, iba, sa Maynila, iba? Yung mga penalties.
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, iba-iba. Bagamat sa Parañaque po ay isa sa pinakamababa po.
Saan ho? Anong basihan ng mga penalties? Anong basihan nyo? Anong legal basis?
Ito po yung nakapalo po sa ordinansa po.
Kaya ordinansa lang nga yun. Pero saan nag-emanate yung ordinansa? Bakit kagaya no? Bakit iba-iba? Sabihin natin 10,000 ang beating the red light dun sa Maynila. Tapos sa Parañaque 2,000 lang. Anong basihan? Dahil lang sa ordinansa? Walang ibang batas? Kagaya ng sa MMDA or sa LTO?
Siguro po talagang makakasagot lang po niyan ay ang mga konsehal po ng aming Sangguniang Panglungsod po. Bagamat po akong ang nakikinig po kanina kay Justice po, mukhang nakapaloob pa rin naman po doon sa katanggap-tanggap na limit po ng maaaring ipataw na fine po na hindi hihigit sa 5,000 ang itinakda po sa ordinansa po ng Parañaque. So baka po kung ako man po ay siguro mag-iisip ng kadahilanan po, yun po ay pagtalima po dun sa limit na 5,000 piso po na fine na hindi po hihigit doon.
Sa atin ho yun na maganda-ganda naman ang sweldo, okay lang yun. Pero paano ho yung mga uring manggagawa lang? Yung mga ordinaryo lang na driver. Mataas ho masyado yun. Hindi ho po ba?
Hindi ko po kasi talaga masasagot kasi po wisdom po nung ordinansa po yan, Your Honor. Hindi po ako parte ng proseso po nung pagpapasa po doon. Pero naunawaan ko po yung halaga dahil sa practical na konsiderasyon. Pero yun po, mahirap naman po kasi magtalaga po tayo ng halaga na kaiba po sa iba nang wala naman pong substantial distinction. Gayong pareho lang naman pong gumagamit ng kalye po.
Yung sabi mo nga substantial distinction. So sa Parañaque mas mura, sa Maynila mas mahal. Bakit? Anong distinction doon?
Ang ibig ko pong sabihin yung distinction po ang naunawaan ko po kasi kanina na parang kung sa manggagawa dapat mas mababa po yung fines na ipapataw kumpara po doon sa mas nakakaginhawa sa buhay. Yun po yung ibig ko pong sabihin. Hindi po yung kaibahan po nung rate ng fine po na ipinapataw po sa ibang lungsod. Yun lang po yung but siguro po dun sa patungkol po dun sa mga nagmamaneho ng sasakyan, yan po ginagamit po nila bilang hanap buhay. And pagkaunawa ko po, kailangan sila ay may professional driver's license para dyan po. At higit pong mas mataas ang kanilang degree of diligence required. Kaya po hindi po maaari siguro katanggap-tanggap na porket mas pobre sa buhay, bagamat nagmamaneho ng jeep, mas maluwag po sa kanila yung batas.
So siguro sa kalaunan to lahat na wala na talagang mga traffic enforcers, di ba? Sa kalaunan wala na.
Kung magiging matagumpay po siguro yung pagpapatupad po, kasi isa rin pong layunin na gustong tugunin po nitong NCAP ay yung maiwasan po yung corruption po, lalo tigit po dun sa kalye.
Pero pag driving without license, hindi malalaman sa NCAP.
Hindi po, pero yun po, hindi po. Pero hindi naman po siya nakapaloob, at least sa Parañaque po. Doon sa 15 violation po na maaaring mapagganitan po ng NCAP.
Thank you.
Justice Garland. Justice Mario, please proceed.
Just a few questions, Chief. May I request the two lawyers again to come? I am just curious, Pañeros, regarding the specific acts that are involved regarding traffic violations in the locality of Parañaque from that of Manila. Is it from Manila or Quezon City? I'm sorry. Sana nandito kayo sa tatlo. Pero anyway, this will be asked from both of you. How many traffic violations are defined in the local government code of Quezon City?
I believe the traffic violations, Your Honor, are defined in the traffic code, Your Honor, not in the local government code. So we have specific local definitions of the traffic violations.
Because a while ago from Parañaque, it was stated there are 15. How about
Yes, Your
in
Honor.
the city of Quezon City?
Your Honor, we made it in such a way that all violations which may be physically apprehended may be also be capable of apprehension through the NCAP as much as practicable, Your Honor.
So there is no specific acts of violation under your local government code or ordinance, I would say.
there
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
it was enacted under the authority granted to the local government through the local government code. I apologize if I made a specific reference to traffic code. When I say traffic code, I mean the Quezon City traffic code, Your Honor.
No, I am just concerned with the specific ordinance that you had passed. If
Recording stopped. Recording in
Person
progress.
shall not, without the written permission of the head of Department of Public Order and Safety, drive or leave standing any vehicle on a road for the purposes of 1, soliciting employment or business from the vehicle, 2, displaying an advertisement on the vehicle, or 3, offering food for sale from the vehicle. Something like that, Your Honor.
is that
Is there-
specific violation?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me just. For example, this is a violation captured through the no contact apprehension program or driving over a yellow box. A portion of an intersection marked with a yellow box must always remain unobstructed and open for passage. A driver must not move his vehicle nor enter said yellow box if his exit road or lane from it is not clear, or if he cannot cross or execute the turning.
All right, thank you. From the ordinance of Parañaque, do you also adopt the same definition?
Sorry, Your Honor. I will have to check, because in Parañaque's experience, or
Yes.
he previously had a traffic code way back in the 90s.
So because he defined what is obstruction, is that kind of obstruction the same kind of obstruction in Parañaque?
Yes, Your Honor, it is contemplated as obstructing roads by motor vehicles.
The same.
As described, Your Honor.
And where is this kind of violation or description lifted from? Do I understand it came from the traffic code?
It would seem that
It
way, Your
would
Honor.
seem. Because there are instances
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
At the corner. So generally, if you do not have that sign, you can turn right.
But there are instances where absent of those notice or notices, some police officers would apprehend those turning right when it is on red light. Is it correct? Is my observation correct?
Yes, Your Honor. However, I believe the specific instances require a sign which specifies that you cannot turn right upon red. Otherwise, it's presumed that you can turn right even with a red signal. However, I believe even in Quezon City, the rules differ because regarding the specific volume of a specific intersection, the exigencies require that other rules be in place for that specific road, Your Honor. So that's why they put signs in place.
That is only my question here. Is the reason why I asked this question is because of the varied application of the traffic code by each and every local government ordinances. And this will now be the question I will ask from the Solgen. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Solgen, the burden is upon you because it seems that you are representing all of these local governments.
Well, technically, I am not representing the local government units, which are respondents in this case, Your Honor. Under the local government code, they are supposed to be represented by their respective legal officers.
Just a hypothetical question, Mr. Solgen. If the application of the law by these different local governments are varied, is there any possible violation of the Constitution regarding the due process or procedural or substantive due process if these various traffic laws are differently applied by each and every locality?
Your Honor, for as long as the requisites for a valid enactment of an ordinance are met, I suppose there will be no legal obstacle for the continued implementation of these ordinances. And based on what I've seen, all of these ordinances in question have complied with all the requisites for a valid ordinance. And if I may add, Your Honor, you have a certain issue with respect to certain differences on the matter of implementation among the various LGUs concerned here. On the part of the LTO, which is being represented by the Office of the Solicitor General, we just want to inform the court that even before these cases were filed before the Supreme Court, the LTO has already convened a technical working group so that all of these differences in implementation could be made more or less uniform or consistent with each other. And the job of that technical working group is ongoing as I speak.
Just one last question, Mr. Solgen. The petitioners apparently, and even the respondents, are not in agreement whether these violations imposing a penalty is a criminal offense, a regulatory act, or even a tax measure. Now, if this is a crime which is penalized under a special law, and at the same time under an ordinance, would this not transgress the constitutional provision regarding double jeopardy, so that this multiplicity of offenses may be the basis of prohibition or violation or sanctions, first under the MMDA, second under an ordinance, or third, it may even be against the provisions of the LTO. And if these are not considered crimes, then you are paying several fees imposed by several laws, and would this not constitute confiscatory, a violation of substantive law under the Constitution?
Your Honor, let me first address the issue of double jeopardy. This, I understand, and we all know, applies to criminal prosecution. And the ordinances in question here, Your Honor, are not penal in character. Because I understand that the argument of counsel for the taxi operators is that all traffic violations are criminal or penal in character, to which we vehemently disagree. Because the character of a certain offense is determined by the law or the ordinance itself. So if it's a violation of, let's say, the law requiring the wearing of helmets for motorcycle riders, wherein specific penal sanctions or penalties are imposed, then that's obviously a criminal offense. And therefore, any violation would subject the violator, the offender, to prosecution by the, of course, initially by the prosecutor or directly with the first level courts concerned. But in the case of the ordinances pertaining to NCAP, they are clearly not criminal in character. And that is shown by the fact that the only penalty imposed is a fine. And if you do not pay the fine, you do not get imprisoned by way of subsidiary liability. What happens to you if you don't pay the fine? Your vehicle used in the violation of the offense will not be registered, which is clearly an administrative sanction. So in this case, Your Honor, the ordinances concerned are certainly not penal, and therefore the operation of the principle of double jeopardy will not apply. As to the matter of oppressiveness of the fines imposed, it has already been said that it is within the limit set by the local government code, because there is an express provision there that says that local government units are authorized to impose fines and other penalties in the case of cities in an amount not exceeding 5,000 pesos. So whether it is 2,000 or 3,000 or 5,000, that goes into the wisdom, Your Honor. And that is something for the legislators of the local government units to determine for themselves. But as I have explained earlier, the LTO as the central government agency concerned with violations of traffic rules and regulations, we are attempting as much as possible to make, among others, the imposition of penalties as consistent and as uniform as possible within the Metropolitan Manila area at the very least. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Solgen. That is all, Mr. Solgen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, thank you, Chief. Follow up on the questions of Justice Mario also to the Honorable Solicitor General. Mr. Solicitor General, the petitioners here has characterized the nature of the traffic violation and penalties as quasi-criminal. And you are saying that it's either administrative or civil in nature.
At the very least, administrative, Your Honor.
Okay. In the United States, even fines can be considered as quasi-criminal in nature. Am I right?
I guess so, Your Honor.
So I'm citing to you the case of Tupper versus City of St. Louis, wherein the violation or the penalty is considered as quasi-criminal in nature. So the difference will be on the severity of the imposition. If the fine imposed or the penalty imposed is severe, it is considered as a quasi-criminal offense. However, in the case of Krieger versus City of Rochester, it was considered merely civil or administrative because the imposition or the penalty imposed is merely modest. So this is supported by American jurisprudence, Mr. Solicitor General.
Thank you very much for the
Okay.
information, Your Honor.
Aside from the fines enumerated in the ordinances, do we have other consequences of an apprehension under the NCAP? You have other penalties imposed under the NCAP aside from the fines?
No other penalties except the fine. But as I added earlier, if the fines are not paid, then it goes to a second stage of the vehicle subject of the violation being on the alert, on an alert status within the LTO, such that come renewal time, it will not be renewed. So if we can consider that as something like a sanction also for fundamentally making a violation of the traffic rules, and secondarily for not paying a fine duly imposed by an ordinance, then we can consider that non-registration or non-renewal of the registration as a secondary or as an additional sort of penalty, if I may say so. But that's purely administrative, Your Honor.
So the driver's license of the registered owner may be revoked or suspended because of these traffic violations, even if he's not the driver of the vehicle.
If we are talking about the license, Your Honor, that is upon the assumption that it's the driver who has been clearly identified as the violator. As to the registered owner, based on the presumption, I understand that there will be no confiscation of his license by virtue alone of a violation under the NCAP mechanism.
Okay.
No such penalty, Your Honor.
No such penalty. Are you aware of Republic Act number 10930, which is the demerit system imposed by the LTO if there are traffic violations which was not paid or fines not paid by any traffic violator?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm aware about the demerit system in case there is clear identification of the violator,
So
meaning the driver of the vehicle.
this demerit system, would it apply to the registered owner in case there is a violation of the NCAP laws?
I guess that will also apply, Your Honor, the demerit, assuming that no other person has been established as the violator, and therefore the registered owner becomes liable for the payment of the fine, and the violation, for example, is beating the red light. I suppose that will be factored in by the LTO in the demerit system.
Would these additional penalties not be considered as severe, considering that, for example, he's not the violator, but there was another driver who committed the violation?
Your Honor, there are remedies available to the registered owner if he believes that he's not the one responsible. For example, if he has already sold the vehicle to somebody else, then he has to take the appropriate action to pinpoint the liability to some other person. He will be given an opportunity to explain himself, to defend himself that he's not the one personally liable. But if he's unable to do all of that, despite the opportunity being given to him, then quite unfortunately, he will suffer the consequence of his own inaction or failure to identify the real culprit.
But the possibility of being penalized under the law is there.
Yes, I guess that possibility exists, Your Honor.
You mentioned about this disputable presumption
Disputable.
created
Yes,
by
Your
the
Honor.
NCAP ordinances. A disputable presumption under the law, which
Yes.
is based on, I think, vicarious liability.
Among others, yes, Your Honor. I said because of the logical connection between the registered owner and the actual driver. So the presumption is if you are the registered owner, you must be driving that vehicle subject to your defenses. You may dispute that presumption or overcome that presumption.
Yeah, in the US, this is also considered as a presumption which has been validly declared in some states, but they call it as rebuttable presumption.
Rebuttable.
Because the registered owner can claim that it was another who's driving the vehicle.
Same here, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, what is the effect of this rebuttable presumption on the validity of the ordinance? For example, we say that the ordinance is quasi-criminal. What is the effect on the validity of such ordinance?
I don't see any, what I'm saying Your Honor, is it will not affect in any way the validity of the ordinance, even if we have that presumption. Because as I said, and as you pointed out, it is a rebuttable presumption. It is a disputable presumption. So the burden is shifted to you to prove otherwise. So your due process is observed. So the existence of that presumption, Your Honor, in my opinion, is very reasonable. It appeals to reason. And for that matter, will not in any way negatively affect the validity of the ordinances in question.
How about the presumption of innocence in case we adjudicate that this is a quasi-criminal statutory offense?
Well, in my understanding, Your Honor, the presumption of innocence would apply if this were a clearly criminal action. But since this is administrative, I guess that kind of presumption can validly obtain.
Yeah, there is a distinction between the nature of the ordinance. If it is an administrative or it is a civil in nature only, then the presumption, disputable presumption, is valid.
Yes.
However, in the United States, when they say that this is a quasi-criminal statute or ordinance, the presumption, disputable presumption, is unconstitutional.
All right. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
I have read an article about the MDN. You have spoken about this a while ago, that there is already a final draft of the Metro Manila Traffic Code for single ticketing system.
I understand that this is in the final stages.
So what would be the effect of this single ticketing system on this NCAP ordinances, Mr. Soldier?
Frankly, Your Honor, I am not exactly aware about the contents of the single ticketing system and how it will relate to apprehensions under the NCAP. Probably the fines may be uniform, whether a ticket is issued by a traffic enforcer or whether the violation was captured through the NCAP. I'm just surmising, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I do not know exactly the answer to your question.
So is there anything which prevents the LGUs from working together and providing a uniform enforcement for all these NCAP ordinances, Mr. Soljan?
Certainly not. As a matter of fact, I guess that is the responsibility of the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority, which is represented by the OSG.
Thank you, Mr. Soljan.
Chief, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Justice Rudil. Justice Ami.
May I ask the Honorable Solicitor General to please come back to the rostrum.
Good afternoon, Your
Good
Honor.
afternoon, Mr. Solicitor General. I've been waiting for this opportunity to personally congratulate you
Thank
on
you.
your appointment as the Solicitor General of the Republic of the Philippines. I would say that, you know, the OSG is closest to my heart and also to the heart of the Chief Justice. And I know a good Solicitor General when I see one.
Salamat.
Okay, and I also congratulate the officers and the officials and members of the OSC. You have one excellent leader in your midst. Okay, so congratulations, and I hope you're all happy having him. I'm happy that you are now arguing before the court,
Salamat po.
and I will have this privilege of asking you. Mr. Solicitor General, can you explain the rationale underlying the pay now, complain later policy of the LGUs?
I am sorry, Your Honor, but there is no such policy of pay now.
Pay now,
Complain
complain
later.
later. I think one of us asked this question. Was it you, Justice Sam? That whenever he goes or his staff goes to the LGU to complain about the violation, he was always, he is asked to pay first before you complain.
Your Honor,
Is there
I'm sorry.
anyone from the LGUs present who would refute that? Complain, pay now, complain later?
Your Honor, there's no such policy from the.
You
City of
don't call
Manila.
it that, but whenever you notify, you send a notice of violation, what do you do first?
The notice of violation is sent.
Yes, sent to the supposed violator, right?
Yes.
And when that supposed violator comes to your office and complains and protests, do you give that person time within which to lodge his or her protest and prove that the camera, the NCAP was not accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
So when do you collect the fine?
Only if there is no contest to the NOB, Your Honor.
So are you saying that all those who protest, they don't pay yet?
Yes, Your Honor.
And they have how many days within which to ventilate their protests?
They have 10 days from receipt of the notice of violation, Your Honor.
Yes, and when do you send the notice?
Before it was being sent on a regular basis, at least, I think, once a week, Your Honor. But now it
Regular
has become
basis means annually?
on a weekly basis, Your Honor.
So weekly basis you send out
Yes, Your
the
Honor.
notices of violation.
Yes, Your
So it is not correct to say, just like what the petitioners are claiming, that they don't have the proximity of time, so to speak, because they only learn of the violation only when they come to the LTO to register, to renew their registration. That's the only time they get informed of the violation. That is not true.
As for the petitioner Juman, Your Honor, the address that he gave to the LTO was incorrect, Your Honor. That's
It's
why
a fake address, are you saying?
it's a different, I think he was saying that he lived in Tondo, Manila, but the address is in Taguig. So it was him who gave the address to the LTO, Your Honor. So that's what we got from the LTO. And that's where we sent the notice of violation.
So Manila, for example, do you train your people to be polite
Yes,
to
Your
the
Honor.
people who come to you? Like, for example, the alleged violators who complain. No one among, can you say that no one among your front staff is saying that you pay first before you complain? So it's Justice Sam, what you're saying is not correct.
I'm talking through experience.
Talking from experience, are you refuting that?
For the city of Manila, we have always practiced, Your Honor.
All right.
That we
So
entertain the complaints.
it's Parañaque that is at fault. Okay. So I was proceeding from that premise, Mr. Solicitor General. Okay, that when Justice Sam said that his staff was told to pay first, or I think it was you yourself who was told to pay first, he was telling the truth. And no, Parañaque did not refute. All right. So I was kind of thinking that may be the policy, but you promise that is not the policy.
It's not the policy in
So
the city of
yes.
Manila.
So I'd like to ask Parañaque, Mr. Counsel of Parañaque. Is it true what Justice Sam narrated earlier?
Your Honor, to be perfectly candid, I am not aware, but at any rate, I profusely apologize.
Yes.
To be clear, I started only in July as City Legal Officer of Parañaque. But I will take it upon myself to insist that no recurrence of that unfortunate incident ever happen again under my watch. And to clarify to Your Honor, there is no such thing, no policy insofar as the city of Parañaque is concerned. This perception may perhaps be based on the reverse side, on the observation on the information appearing on the reverse side of the notice of violation or the OVR, which would, in the vernacular, provide the remedies available to those who wish to contest the notices of violation. And number one of which is magbayad. So, magbayad. And it all goes down up to the last remedy, which
magbayad
is
kung walang protesta.
No po. Your Honor, ang pangyayari po kasi dito, pagka nakita nyo po ang at gusto nyo i-oppose, maaari pa rin po mag-insist po kayo doon sa Traffic Adjudication Board na ipakita po yung video na kung saan po na-capture yung supposed violation. So, nandun pa rin po, hindi po ito prerequisite na magbayad muna bago po makapag-file po ng opposition.
I think it also boils down to educating our people on the ground. Yes?
Yes, Your
To
Honor.
be polite and to know and respect the rights of the people who come to them. Okay, would the council for Valenzuela and Quezon City and Manila commit to this fair rule that there should be no collection of fines under protest? Yes. Yes. Yes, under oath. Yes. And the lawyer from the city of Manila. Yeah, okay. It's not your existing policy and it will never be. Only Parañaque has that existing policy. How about Quezon City, where I am residing? Okay, perhaps by the end of this, of my questioning, I will ask just Attorney Paa why he provided a wrong address. Okay. No, later. Okay, so may I continue interpolating the Solicitor General? Thank you. Mr. Solicitor General, we have a rebuttable presumption. Okay. So this rebuttable presumption of liability by the registered owner, I believe, is based on practical considerations. Do you believe so too?
Very much, Your Honor.
Very good. So what are those practical considerations that support this rebuttable presumption?
Your Honor, on the part of the public, of any third person, in case there is an accident or that resulted in injury to someone or damage to property, he will not be able to immediately identify the perpetrator. And for that reason, recourse will have to be done to the only person who might be on record as related to the vehicle in question, and he is the registered owner.
All right. I will reserve very well, Mr. Solicitor General. I will reserve my related question for the lawyers of the LGUs. My last question is regarding the collection of fines under the NCAP. The fines go to the LGU, right?
It goes to into a special trust fund created by the LGU by authority of the local government code.
Also, it is the LGU that benefits from that special fund, trust fund?
Not necessarily just the LGU, Your Honor, because the trust fund is meant to meet all the necessary and incidental expenses in relation to the implementation of the NCAP.
Yes, but is there a portion of the fine that goes to the LGU?
I understand that in their own agreements with a private service provider, they have allocated between themselves, between the LGU and the service provider, the necessary amounts to answer for the services of the service provider, and the rest will go to the LGU for the payment of other expenses, not to the private service provider, but expenses related to the implementation of the NCAP.
In relation to that, please excuse me, Mr. Solicitor
sorry.
General, may I ask the counsel for the City of Manila to take the rostrum, please? Okay. Manila is imposing 3,000 for the first offense.
Our general imposition of fines, Your Honor, is 2,000.
2,000, and then does it go up?
Yes, Your Honor.
To
3,000
and then to 4,000.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
How do you divide the 4,000?
The sharing between the service provider and the LGU, Your Honor, is on paper 65-35, Your Honor, but in the recent months prior to the TRO, it was already 60-40, Your Honor.
60-40. 65 goes to the provider.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And the LGU gets
35%.
35%. How did you come up with that proportion ratio?
Actually, Your Honor, it started with 75-25 back in 2014. And then it gradually increased recently, Your Honor, during the term of Mayor Domagos.
All right. So, because you are indebted to the provider, you are paying the provider for the gadget, for the system,
Your Honor, there was
for the personnel.
There's no money that came out of the city, Your Honor,
All
for the
right.
services being provided by KPAX.
Okay, so out of 4,000, the provider gets, you say 65% now.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, and then you get 35%. Then it is also you, the LGU, who collects the fine, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, who imposes the fine, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you also benefit from the fine, yet, yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So it is also the LGU which determines whether to charge the registered owner with a traffic violation based on the video camera footage, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. In discharging this adjudicatory function, do you agree with me that the LGU must act with cold neutrality?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, of an impartial judge
Yes, Your Honor.
to protect the people's right to due process.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. In other words, it must evaluate the evidence on hand objectively,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay, without bias, prejudice, and interest.
Yes,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
I now go back to the Solicitor General. The case I am driving at is Toomey versus Ohio. It's a US case, circa 1927. But there is no showing that it has been abandoned. In fact, our own jurisprudence has adopted it. For example, in cases of PCGG, the Supreme Court said that no one can be the complainant, the prosecutor, and the judge all at the same time, because everyone who is charged is entitled to the cold neutrality of the court. So in Toomey versus Ohio, there were some statutes in the state of Ohio which allowed the fines imposed upon violators of the Prohibition Act to be apportioned between the state and the municipality where the prosecution is held. During such time, it was the mayor of the municipality who decided whether to convict or acquit the offenders. The Supreme Court ruled that this arrangement violated the people's right to due process because the mayor's judgment was influenced by his direct interest in the portion of the fines accruing to his municipality. Now, under the NCAP, Mr. Solicitor General, do you agree that the LGUs in fact have a direct interest in charging alleged violators with traffic violations?
Yes, Your Honor. The interest of the LGU is not the money. The interest of the LGU is to ensure traffic order, the proper management of traffic, and so forth and so on. In other words, that's the main purpose behind the NCAP. It's not the fines that will be collected.
Yes,
Your
yes, I agree, Mr. Solicitor General. But the more violations it charges, the more fines it can collect. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. If
Yes.
there are violations, that's not the fault of the local government unit. That's the fault of the violators.
So it is not correct to say that the people's right to due process is violated because the one that imposes the fine is the local government. The one that decides whether there is a violation or not is the LGU as well. And it is the LGU which collects and benefits from the fine.
There is no such violation, Your Honor, because in the first place, this is not a criminal prosecution.
Yes, it is not a criminal prosecution, but it is also punitive in nature.
Well, to the extent that fines are paid, it's penalty, quote unquote, in general.
Thank you, Mr. Solicitor General. May I Thank
Thank
you. Thank you. You are excused. We haven't heard from the Council of Valenzuela. Okay, we'll wait for you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes, good afternoon. All right, can you tell us from which country's automated traffic enforcement system the Metro Manila NCAP was patterned?
Well, personally, Your Honor, I'm not aware, Your Honor. But
Who is aware? Is there anyone present here who is aware?
I think the QPAX is a pioneer in this country, Your Honor. And before it was adopted by City of Valenzuela, it has been in effect in Parañaque, Your Honor.
All right. So you can tell from which country you patterned the NCAP that you have installed in Parañaque.
If you are referring to the system, Your Honor, I'm not aware, Your Honor.
All
But
right.
with regards to the ordinance, Your Honor, it is the City Council, Your Honor, after a study, Your Honor.
All right. You may relax, Mr. Council.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you aware that the no contact policy is already enforced in the expressways such as the NLEX and the SCTEX?
Yes, Your
Yes, for a long time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Were you ever apprehended personally along NLEX and STEX for overspeeding?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. So, but the violations covered by the NCAP in the expressways are limited to speeding over the limit and overstaying in the fast lane, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So would you agree that these violations have something in common? And it's that these violations are objective and non-contestable, such that there can be no mistake that a car is overspeeding or that it has stayed on the fast lane since the time it entered the expressway until it exited. There's no contest.
As to the fact, Your Honor, that the car itself overspeeded, Your Honor, it is factual in nature, Your Honor. It would be based on the evidence presented, Your Honor.
All right. Now, so there's a limited scope. The limited scope of violations covered by the NCAP along the expressway, right? All right. Would you know the reason why the LGUs deviated from the limited scope of the non-contestable violations to include every kind of traffic violation?
Well, I believe, Your Honor, it is by virtue of the local government code, Your Honor, under Section 458, Your Honor, specifically paragraph 6, Your Honor, and 5, Your Honor, granting the local governments the right to regulate, Your Honor, traffic, Your Honor, and regulate their streets, Your Honor. It is by virtue of the local government code, Your Honor.
Can you repeat?
It is by virtue of the local government code, Your Honor. They were granted the right to regulate traffic in their streets and to enact a traffic code, Your Honor.
All right. So it is part of the power of the LGUs, okay, to adopt means to decongest traffic in their respective areas.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The petitioners are complaining that there is no law allowing NCAP. Would you agree?
With all due respect to the petitioners, Your Honor, we do not agree, Your Honor. As cited a while ago, Your Honor, the law itself, Your Honor, provides that they can adopt other means, Your Honor.
No. What I'm saying is the NCAP itself. I think that is the point of the petitioner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
The NCAP is just a mode, Your Honor, of implementing traffic
It's
rules and
okay. So the NCAP is not found in the law, right?
In the law itself, Your Honor, there is a
There is a
My question is clear. Is the word NCAP found in the law?
no, Your Honor. The word
Alright.
itself is
So
not
that's all I want from you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So if it is not found in the law, is it prohibited by law?
I believe no, Your Honor.
Yes.
It is allowed by law, Your Honor.
It is not found in the law, but it is not prohibited by law.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may
Yes.
be allowed to expound, Your Honor.
It's all right.
Thank you.
I understand you perfectly. Okay. The NCAP, according to the respondents, curbs the rampant corruption prevalent in Metro Manila traffic apprehension system. Yet, it is admitted that even when the NCAP was enforced, there were still MMDA officers on the ground. And during such time, they were allowed to apprehend violators too.
Sure.
Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, it was possible that after having been apprehended by the MMDA officers, a purported violator may still be found in violation of traffic regulations under the NCAP.
Yes, it is
Yes.
possible, Your Honor.
So, he should have been fined twice for the exact same violation. Is
Ito-
that possible?
No, Your Honor, because in our ordinance, Your Honor, it specifically provided, Your Honor, if the violator is apprehended by MMDA traffic enforcer and at the same time, through NCAP, Your Honor, the finding of the MMDA enforcer will prevail, Your Honor.
All right.
And he will be made to pay only with regards to that traffic enforcer, Your Honor.
Can you enlighten us on the reason why MMDA officers remain on the ground while NCAP is in place?
Your Honor, in NCAP, Your Honor, there's no human intervention, Your Honor. But when it comes to traffic, Your Honor, there is a need for a traffic personnel to personally monitor the traffic, Your Honor, and to guide the pedestrians, Your Honor.
All right. Do you think, yes, the amounts of 4,000, 3,000, and 2,000, they are reasonable?
We believe it is reasonable.
Because they are within the bounds,
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
limits provided by law. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. How did the local government of Valenzuela, are those your rates? What are your rates?
I believe it's ranged from 2,000 to 4,000 or 3,000, Your Honor.
All right, the same as Manila?
I'm not aware if it is the same, Your Honor.
All right, I think the same, right, the same. So, how were you able, how was the local government of Valenzuela able to come up with these rates? Did you hold hearings? Did you listen to the stakeholders? Did you issue notices for people to come forward and be heard?
Your Honor, it is within the power of the local city council, Your Honor. And I believe they conducted public hearings for this purpose, Your Honor.
You believe so, but you're not certain about
We are certain, Your Honor, they conducted public hearings, Your Honor.
how certain are you? Were you there? Were you part of the Sangguniang?
No, Your Honor, but prior to the hearing, Your Honor, we already interviewed, Your Honor, if there was a public hearing conducted, Your Honor.
Who did you interview?
From the traffic management group, Your Honor.
Traffic
public,
management. Is
No, no, Your
not the traffic management your ally?
No, Your Honor. I mean, it is from the city external services, Your Honor. And they are also members and they attended said public hearing, Your Honor.
Yes, but you are not certain about that.
As to the existence of public hearing, Your Honor, I am certain, Your Honor. As to who attended the public hearing, that I am not certain, Your Honor.
And so did you publish the results of the hearing?
With regards to the hearing, Your
Did
Honor.
you issue notices to the stakeholders? Did you set specific dates and place where you could hear them?
Yes, Your Honor. They complied with the publication requirements. As to the notice, when the hearing was
So
conducted,
in your memorandum, can you please attach
we will attach,
the
Your Honor.
proofs that you in fact conducted hearings
We will.
on your rate fixing.
Yes, sure.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Council.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
No more? That's Amy? You're done? Okay. Justice Hernando.
Thank you,
please.
Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. May I please address my questions to General Guevara? Solgen. In the United
Good afternoon.
States Supreme Court, the Solgen is addressed as General. So General Guevara. I was just wondering why there is a variation in the level of the fines imposed by the different LGUs. Can you please explain could you enlighten us why this is so, General Guevara?
Your Honor, I understand that these ordinances were enacted by the respective Sangguniang Panglungsod of the various cities involved in the NCAP. So I suppose that they have their own autonomous decision to in their wisdom to fix what they think are reasonable fines or penalties. So it would have been ideal, Your Honor, if they had consulted each other on the matter of fixing uniform penalties or fines. But sadly, the adoption of the NCAP by the respondent LGUs did not come at the same time. So I think one of them had the NCAP in 2017, another in 2020, and so forth and so on. So that possibly explains why there was really not much uniformity or consistency in the fines, because these ordinances were enacted on various states, different years.
Thank you for that answer, Solgen. Would it pose any legal obstacle if the secretary of the DILG were to issue a set of guidelines which would be followed by these LGUs when it comes to the imposition of the fines that may be collected from violators of the NCAP?
Your Honor, that responsibility is already being discharged by the MMDA. And as I mentioned earlier, the LTO has in fact organized a technical working group for the purpose
but that's
of
only
making
for the
this.
NCR, no?
Yes,
Solgen? If it were the secretary of the DILG, then it would be nationwide, no?
Oh, yes,
Because
definitely.
there would be nothing that would bar Davao, let's say, or Baguio to come up with their own respective NCAP.
Well, in that case, Your Honor, you're correct. It's the secretary of the DILG who should take that initiative.
Thank you. Regarding your proposition about expanding the concept of EREZO, the registered owner rule, initiated in the 1957 case of EREZO. So you're saying that you're urging the court to also apply the registered owner rule to administrative violations of the traffic code.
Yes, Your Honor, upon the theory that if this particular disputable presumption can be applied to very serious situations where injuries to persons or damages to property are involved, then with more reason that it can be applied to lesser situations like simple violations of traffic ordinances.
Under the registered owner rule, the registered owner is the one primarily and directly liable for any liability without, of course, without prejudice to his or her recourse against the real violator, so the one who was actually driving the vehicle at the time of the accident. But we should not follow your proposition if it should involve a public utility, because under the KAPIT system, the franchise holder allows someone else to operate a vehicle under his or her franchise. And under the KAPIT system, the courts do not allow any recourse between these two because they are in pari delicto. So the law will leave them where they are. They cannot come to court because of unclean hands. So that's what I would also want to say in terms of qualifying. I'm open, fully open to your proposition that we could extend the concept of registered owner rule to administrative violations involving our traffic code. Thank
Thank
you,
you, Your
General Guevara. Attorney Paha, just one question, please. Having heard from the respondents and the Solicitor General, what to you, this would seem like a question in a beauty pageant, no? What to you is an ideal NCAP that is lawful and can be validated by the courts if questioned?
Regarding the registered owner vehicle,
The NCAP, what to you is an ideal and lawful NCAP?
there's supposed to be a legislation coming from the national legislature, Your Honor, the House or the Senate, for them to deliberate discernibly the ramification of the NCAP, because it involves some information material in this case, like the security of the information, that the due process, unlike provided in the ordinance, Your Honor, there is no such parameter as to the remedy on the part of the violator, except from Traffic Adjudication Board, that we cannot find the whereabouts of that guy, and even the MTPB officer, Your Honor, they did not allow me to access. So there should be an amendment also regarding to the LTO under RA 4136, Your Honor, allowing the scheme of apprehending erring motorists through no contact apprehension, Your Honor. So ideally, there must be a Congress initiative regarding to this matter, Your Honor.
The Local Government Code of 1991 is not enough. The provision cited by counsel for Valenzuela. LGUs now have autonomy, no, when it comes to coming up with ordinances regulating traffic in the respective areas.
Yes, Your Honor, because the ordinances, it's almost the same, Your Honor. They are infirmly, there's a question about the constitutionality, Your Honor. So the local municipal...
If the SEC of the DILG were to come up with a set of guidelines, a common set of guidelines that would apply to all LGUs in the country, would you pose any question to that in court? Or would that be acceptable to you?
Also still unacceptable, Your Honor, most particularly the registered owner vehicle rule, by shifting the burden to the driver. In the Philippines, Your Honor, we are not ready to that NCAP because in the first place, there is no prohibition to use a motor vehicle with open deed of sale and to lend somebody to use our vehicle. But the problem here, Your Honor, they are imposing to pay the consequence of the violation to the owner.
So now you're also urging the court to abandon ERESO, essentially, no? A 1957 case, precedent of long-standing.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you want ERESO erased from our jurisprudence? Also?
It's based on the wisdom, Your Honor, of the magistrate, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, anyway, thank you, Atty. Pa.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have no more questions, Chief Justice. Thank you.
Justice Caldiva, please proceed.
Thank you, Chief. In the interest of time, since it's late. Can I ask the lawyers, the main three lawyers, to stand here? And can I ask the lawyers for the LGUs to stand here so that I can ask questions left and right so it becomes faster? Thank you. With your indulgence. Para ko kayong pinagsasabong. Okay. During the first oral arguments, the Solicitor General presented a video which showed data that became the basis for the NCAP. In addition, the OSG argued that the implementation of the policy showed that it curbs driving behavior, thus leading to less road accidents. My question to the petitioners, to all of you, do you dispute the data that the OSG presented?
Since the data, Your Honor, was presented through a video, we have no basis to either agree or disagree with the said data, Your Honor.
And therefore, you would rather that you're allowed to cross-examine the people who presented the video as well as examine the data contained in the video. Am I correct?
Not necessarily, Your Honor. It is the position of this representation that although we are not in possession of the data from which the video was derived, Your Honor, a quick review of the video itself or the data presented in the said video, Your Honor, will show that the data relied upon appears to be uncertain or questionable, Your Honor.
In other words, you dispute it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I hear from the other two if they dispute that data?
Yes, Your Honor.
What about?
Same manifestation, Your Honor. We dispute.
All right. In the earlier presentation of Lawyer for Manila, you mentioned that violations are evaluated by evaluators. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And these evaluators are paid by the City of Manila.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I ask the other LGUs, is that the same system that you have?
For QC, yes, Your Honor.
For Valenzuela?
Your Honor. But they are not all from the city, Your Honor. If I may expound, Your Honor. One is from the Public Order and Safety Group.
Yes,
one from the legal
evaluators, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for Parañaque, is it the same?
The same, Your Honor.
And do all of you say that these people, we do not know these people, but all of you are saying that these are competent people?
Correct.
They know what they're doing?
Correct.
Let me ask now, petitioners, do you agree that these people are competent to evaluate your violations?
No, Your Honor.
Exactly. Aren't these questions a fact? And don't you want to cross-examine Attorney Pa on his violations? And don't you want to cross-examine him also on the basis of assertion that he never received the notice of violation? Correct? All right. So we're all agreed. We are dealing with a lot of fact questions, correct? Are we agreed?
We respectfully disagree, Your Honor. May I be allowed to explain, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Your Honor, this representation's fundamental objections, the fact.
I'm sorry, say again. You're speaking too fast.
I'm sorry,
Slow
Your
down.
Honor. The fundamental objection of this representation with respect to the NCAP, Your Honor, is the fact that the traffic adjudication boards exercise a jurisdiction that does not belong with them.
That's your position.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll go to that later. But in the meantime, for everything that has been asked today about if I cross the pedestrian line, where the camera is showing, whether it shows only the plate number, do we all agree that these are questions of fact?
Yes.
Do we? Petitioners?
Yes, Your Honor, but they did not dispute this one.
Which one?
Regarding my case, Your Honor.
Well, this is not probably the place to dispute it, right? They cannot cross-examine you here, correct?
Yes.
Therefore, can I ask, do you dispute what he's saying? Absolutely. Therefore, what's the conclusion that I'm drawing from all of this? These are questions of, and is the Supreme Court a trier of facts? No. Are we agreed on that as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Oh, by the way, Attorney Pa, you had 4 violations?
Yes, Your Honor.
And according to you, you never received them?
Even once, Your Honor.
Not even once?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the lawyer for Manila, that's because you didn't indicate your correct address.
No, Your Honor. Maybe it was the LTO who committed inadvertence to entry the address, Your Honor.
With question. So therefore, is that a question of fact or is that a question of law?
The question of fact also.
Thank you. Okay. Have you seen how the cameras of NCAP are situated?
It was situated, Your Honor, to get the footage at the back of the rear plate number of the car, Your Honor.
You actually went to every municipality that employs NCAP and actually looked at the cameras?
In Manila, Your Honor, I went to different places to get the CCTV footage to support my video presentation, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you ever seen how it appears in the video in the different LGUs? Somebody mentioned they have a small video that shows it. Have you seen that video?
I haven't seen it.
Monitor?
I haven't seen that, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we have a question on whether or not the cameras are situated correctly? Because the example of Justice Sam, where pumunta lang siya sa side and suddenly ma-violate siya ng parking, did you examine exactly whether or not these cameras would show that it is not parking and that in fact, tumabi lang? In other words, is that a question of fact?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're not talking about, aside from Attorney Pa, we're not talking about any specific motorist here, do you? Correct? So all your arguments are, can I say, hypothetical, situational, except for your situation.
No, Your Honor. All our arguments are based on the reports and experiences of our clients, Your Honor.
Who are not here, who are not under oath, who cannot be cross-examined by them.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, we have not
Exactly
raised
my
a single.
point. We're not supposed to do that here, right?
That is correct, Your Honor. However, if I may be allowed to state, Your Honor, we have not raised a single question of fact in our petition, Your Honor.
But the whole implementation here is factual.
That is true, Your Honor. However, it is not a disputed fact that the adjudication board exercised.
That's only your position. And like I said, I'm going to go there. But for the rest, the complaints of Attorney Pa, these are all factual, correct? You're not even under oath now.
Yes, Your Honor, and factual.
Sorry?
But Your Honor, I'm attacking the face of the ordinance, Your Honor. I cited all the defects regarding the ordinance. So,
and these defects, they're entitled to rebut with their evidence, correct? Not to argue legally, but to rebut with actual evidence, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So for the record, Attorney Pa and the lawyer for KAPIT, do you dispute the data of OSG? That it curbs behavior?
The data, Your Honor, they prepared that one, but whether it disputes, it solves the driving problem, maybe, Your Honor.
You're going into the wisdom?
No, I'm the data, Your Honor. They saying just as what Justice Singh pointed earlier, their data was made during the pandemic.
Yes, but they have a data that's after the pandemic. From the time the TRO came out to the time today, they have data to show that traffic incidents increased. Am I correct? Do you dispute that?
We haven't seen the data aside
Exactly my point. That's factual, right? Whatever that data is, you want to go through them, find out how it was arrived at, and then propound clarificatory questions, correct?
No, Your Honor.
You're not, so you're accepting it.
I'm not we're not accepting it, Your Honor, and we are neither do we dispute it. But we don't need to go there, Your Honor. We don't need to check the data they presented, but because we are questioning the ordinance itself, Your Honor. Not their implementation, not the data, not the benefit.
All right, let's go there. So we're talking about Act. What is the act that you're referring to that is being violated? 4136, Republic Act, correct? This was passed in June 20, 1964. correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And after that, the local government code was passed in 1991.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the local government code authorizes local government units to provide ordinances that regulates traffic. Agree?
Agree, Your Honor.
Are we in agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And after the local government code came Republic Act 7924. That's the charter of an MMDA. Correct? And MMDA amends Republic Act 4136. Correct? Is it your position it does not? As far as cities in Metro Manila are concerned, the governing law is the MMDA law, correct? It is not Act 4136.
No, Your Honor. 4136 still applicable here in
Metro Manila?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you sure?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I ask you, what governs as far as you're concerned? Is it the MMDA law or is it for Act 4136 in Metro Manila?
The MMDA.
Okay. Under the MMDA, Section 5E says, the MMDA shall set the policies concerning traffic in Metro Manila and shall coordinate and regulate the implementation of all programs and projects concerning traffic management. Section 5F says, the MMDA shall fix, impose, and collect fines and penalties for all kinds of violations of traffic rules and regulations. The provisions of RA 4136 and PD 1605 to the contrary notwithstanding. Express provision. Do you still say that it's actually Act 4136 that applies? This is an exact quotation of MMDA law. So let's get our act together. What controls? Is it the MMDA law for NCAP as it is being litigated now? Or is it Act 4136?
Still 4136, Your Honor.
I just read to you the law. The provisions of RA 4136 and PD 1605 to the contrary notwithstanding. Di ba ang ibig sabihin yan? Kahit ano pa sinabi noon, mangingibabaw to. Are we agreed?
Your Honor, this does not answer your question. However, may I please make it of record, Your Honor, that the question of whether or not MMDA law or Act 4136 will not affect any of our arguments.
No, your argument is based on 4136. That it should be the person who is driving that gets apprehended and therefore NCAP has no legal basis. That's your argument.
Insofar as the petitioner's P&TOA is concerned, Your Honor, this is not mentioned in our petition.
Well, yeah, because you're arguing that it's a penal law, right? But for them, that's the argument, correct? 4136 demands that there must be an act, the driver must be apprehended by a real person, traffic enforcer, which is all destroyed by the NCAP mechanism, correct? That's your argument.
Yes, Your Honor, but it's supposed to be applicable to some place or avenues within the cities implementing NCAP, Your Honor. Because of the existence of the ordinance of the different cities, Your Honor, we are following, Your Honor, the Republic Act 4136.
But all
there's
these
no
cities
other-
are within MMDA, correct? All of you. Manila, Parañaque, Valenzuela, Quezon City, and Muntinlupa. All of them are in Metro Manila, correct? And NCAP applies only to them, correct? I take your silence as yes? Okay.
Yes.
Great. Can I ask a question from the Solicitor General?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. All of the city ordinances here are dated 2019 and after. Do I understand therefore that they have the imprimatur of MMDA?
With respect to the NCAP ordinances, Your Honor, I do not think that approval by the MMDA is a requisite for the validity of the ordinance.
Yes, I'm not talking about the validity council. I'm saying that it all started with the MMDA and implementing NCAP, correct? And
Yes, yes,
the,
Your Honor.
and then the LGUs followed suit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the Solgen has never, or the MMDA has never taken issue with any of these ordinances. Is that correct?
I am not aware of any objection on the part of the MMDA, Your Honor.
So can I ask the lawyers for the LGUs, have you ever heard MMDA complaining about your ordinances?
No, Your Honor.
Therefore, can I make the rational conclusion that all of these ordinances have the imprimatur of MMDA?
To the extent that there was no objection on the part of the MMDA, then that we may consider as an imprimatur.
So can we still say, and I'm addressing this to you, General, can we still say that the city ordinances here are void for being in violation of Republic Act 4136?
No, Your Honor, there is no violation whatsoever by the city ordinances of any provision of the Land Transportation and Traffic Code.
Okay. I'll jump to another topic. Please stay there. Malapit na ako. Can I ask the lawyer of Manila to take the podium? Under your agreement with QPAX is entitled to 65% of the total aggregate value of the fines, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
For Quezon City, it's 60%. Parañaque and Muntinlupa, 70%, correct? What about Valenzuela? I'm not familiar. 70 also. And the capital costs incurred by QPAX relate to the installation and operation of the QPAX system. That's correct? The 65% or 70% share is meant for QPAX to recuperate its capital expenditures and earn a reasonable rate from that. Am I correct in that assertion?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. For Manila, do you know how much the entire QPAX system in Manila costs?
I have no figure of that.
In Quezon City, it's 49.5 million. In Parañaque, it's 48.7 million, correct? Muntinlupa, how much is it?
Your Honor, during the public hearings wherein the ordinance was discussed, it was intimated by QPAX that they are intending to infuse an initial capital of 50 million, Your Honor.
50.
And it is actually stated in the assailed ordinance itself, Your Honor.
So can I assume that Manila's cost is somewhere around that figure as well? 45 to 50 million?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. In the summary of collections you provided, Manila, it says that the city collected 224,263,500 pesos worth of NCAP fines in 2021. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in 2022, you collected 309,312,700. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Applying the 65% rate, that would mean that QPAC's share for 2021 was 145 million, while for 2022, it was 201 million. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. For Quezon City, I only have figures for July to August to be 5.1. Do you confirm that? Okay. So before we leave, can I ask the different LGUs to submit to the court the total aggregate revenues from the time it started to now? Yes, please.
Your Honor, what is peculiar about Muntinlupa is that we have never implemented our NCAP, Your Honor. So we don't have any data to furnish this court, Your Honor.
All right, noted. But for the rest, can I have that data?
Also for QC, Your Honor, the ones we submitted is the total aggregate because we only operated for 2 months before the TRO was issued.
So the rich LGUs here are Manila, Parañaque, and Valenzuela. Correct?
Submitted, Your Honor. We have already submitted, Your Honor.
From the beginning to today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm just waiting for Manila and Parañaque, correct?
Your Honor, the one that we submitted from the City Treasurer's Office is from the date of implementation up to the date of the TRO. After that, Your Honor, we no longer implemented.
So all the data is with me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So my understanding of these figures, Manila, is that after the first year of operations, QPAX already recovered more than triple its capital expenditure. Is my math correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but they also maintain the system, Your Honor. They have expenses for the maintenance of the system, Your Honor.
And how much is that?
I do not have the figure.
Shouldn't you?
I will ask for the
Okay.
figures, Your Honor.
In which case, I will ask Manila and Parañaque to give me those costs being incurred by QPAX.
Yes,
Because
Your
the
Honor.
figures here that I'm reading, which you are now affirming, nahuhulog ako sa upuan. Because if it is merely to allow them a rate of return, triple is not a rate of return. This is profit. Unadulterated profit. So that's where I'm coming from. How
Yes,
much
Your
of it is going to the LGU, which is 35%? And from that 35%, you're defraying a lot of expenses for your evaluators, for everybody else. And then 65% is for a system. That's already going into 500 million pesos for 2 years.
I will get the figures, Your Honor.
Yes,
as to the
thank you.
maintenance.
Now, can I ask the Solicitor General? From these figures that have just been admitted by them, will you agree with me that from the second year onwards, we're really talking about profit for QPAX?
Should I answer now?
Yes,
Your Honor?
yes, please.
I'm sorry, but I will not be in a position to answer the question because of lack of personal knowledge.
I ask these questions because there is a distinction between regulation and taxing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That, as in fact, as was discussed by Justice Japs earlier, the amount to be generated from a regulatory framework should not be in an amount that is way over the cost for regulating the activity, correct?
Correct, certainly, Your Honor.
And if it's 3 times what is required, we have a problem on whether this is a taxing measure or whether this is a regulatory measure, correct?
Your Honor, the legal representative of Manila says that it's not just the initial capital outlay that is the subject matter of this discussion, but also the maintenance expenses, which we do not know how much.
And then that's
as of
what I've
this
been
time.
driving at from the get-go. All of these, again, are facts
Mhm.
that are not supposed to be presented here. They're supposed to be presented in a lower court. So I don't want to jump to any conclusions, especially since QPAX is not even a party in this case. So I'm not jumping into any conclusions, but I'm highlighting the fact that a lot of these are factual questions that impact on the question, is this a regulatory framework or is this a taxing measure? Is it revenue raising? From what I'm seeing, oh my God, it's a revenue raising. But I don't know the expenses of QPAX. Hence my question. I'm about to finish. Sa implementation lang. I just have a few questions on the implementation. What defenses are available to the registered owner who receives a notice of violation? What are their remedies?
Your Honor, on the part of the MMDA, as I'm not representing the LGU respondents, there are various defenses like the registered owner, the one who got the notice, was not the one driving the vehicle.
Or he is not the owner anymore?
Or he's not the owner, or he had sold the property, or somebody else borrowed the vehicle from him, and therefore he was not the actual driver.
Okay.
Things like that, Your Honor.
Can I address my questions now to the LTO? Is the LTO here?
There's a representative from the LTO. Your
Can I
Honor.
ask her to come to the podium? Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon to the Chief Justice and to the Associate Justices.
If the registered owner, again, this is hypothetical, but if the registered owner raises the defense that he had sold the vehicle and he shows LTO the sale documents, will the notice of violation then be sent to the new owner?
Yes, Your Honor.
To the new owner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will the LTO affect the change in registration based on the submitted deed of sale?
Yes, Your Honor.
It will. What about the requirement for, I own cars, I sell cars, okay? And always when I buy cars, and when I'm buying second-hand cars, nire-require ako ng PNP, HPG motor vehicle clearance, motor vehicle inspection report, certificate of emission compliance, original CR, original deed of sale. Are you not going to require all of these things when you effect something in your database that the new owner of vehicle A is now Mr. X and not Mr. Y?
Every time we register a vehicle, Your Honor, all these requirements will be requested from the new owner or from the person registering the vehicle.
No, but you're familiar with what Attorney Pa said, right? And it's common in the Philippines. You have the undated, unfilled, open deed of sale. There is no law against that, is there?
Actually, there's already a regulation that requires the seller of the vehicle to register it within
The
30
seller?
days. The seller po, within 30 days from the execution of sale.
What regulation is that?
Republic
Republic Act? That's a law?
Yeah. I do not have the exact law, Your Honor, but it's already a law.
Is it a law?
Yes.
Can I
Your
ask the Solgen? I'm not sure.
The new anti-carnapping law.
The new anti-carnapping
Anti-carnapping
law
law.
requires the seller,
Yes, the seller, Your Honor.
because whenever you sell, you essentially just give the deed of sale and then possession and ownership transfers.
Yeah.
And then the key, of course.
Yeah.
But I can never compel the buyer to register it.
That's why the seller has the burden to register, Your Honor, every time there's a sale. And as a matter of fact, when the NCAP is implemented in the LGUs in Metro Manila, the LTO has seen increase in transfer of ownerships to new owners of vehicles.
So what, sorry. What exactly does that process entail? The seller goes to the LTO and does what?
The seller goes to the LTO and show the deed of sale.
To whom?
To the office, so that the
Which one?
the LTO, sir, Your Honor. So
There's actually a booth that you can go to?
any window, Your
Any
Honor.
window?
Yeah.
And do what? What will you present?
The deed of sale, so that the new owner, the vehicle will be transferred to the new owner.
Oh, okay.
Including all the certificates from the HPG, the emission or motor vehicle certifications.
But as a seller, I don't care about those things. Why is that a burden of the seller?
But because there's already a law that mandates it, and of course the NCAP, they're already forced to register their vehicle, the deed of sale, to the new owner.
Okay, I'll take that under advisement because I will have to read the anti-carnapping law. Is that what
The
you're
new
saying?
anti-carnapping law, Your Honor.
Which is what year?
20, yeah, very recent, Your Honor.
Which is 2016?
Like. We will supply the data, Your Honor.
Yes, sige, please. So, as I understand it, the NCAP now, that all of that information goes to the database of LTO.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it is on the basis of that database that you now send your notices of violations based on the addresses there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if I change residence and apply for a driver's license and the driver's license provides Quezon City because I came from Pasig, the car was registered in Pasig, how do you reconcile those two pieces of information?
We will only recognize the registered address on our database, Your Honor.
Which is
because-
the one in the certificate of registration?
Yes, Your Honor, because we can register anywhere and you can renew your vehicle anywhere in the Philippines.
Okay, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Justice Beck. Such knowledge, please.
Can I ask Attorney Arugay of the third petition file? May I also request, while I ask the questions, it has always been beneficial for all the other counsels to listen carefully to the questions and possibly cover some of the points that are raised by the interpellator or the justice in their memoranda, so that a fuller understanding can be made of the issues that were filed. Attorney Arugay, you filed a petition for prohibition, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in your petition for prohibition, paragraph 6, letter A, B, C, and D, you formulated legal issues. Is that not correct?
Yes, Your Honor. May I be allowed to get a copy of my petition, Your Honor?
No, let's just continue. So
All right,
in
Your
your petition, what you were raising were questions of law, not questions of fact, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in fact, on page paragraph 7 of your petition, you did cite the case of Bellica versus Executive Secretary, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where you said, in other words, there must be a contrariety of legal rights that can be interpreted and enforced on the basis of existing law and jurisprudence.
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me repeat that. Your claim is that there is an actual case if there is a contrariety of legal rights that can be interpreted and enforced on the basis of existing law and jurisprudence. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So this is citing Araulio versus President Aquino, GR number 209287, July 1, 2014, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So in other words, what you are raising and what the other two petitioners are raising are not really questions of fact, but really in a prohibition suit and certiorari suit, an allegation that there has been an overstepping of powers of the local governments, therefore an abuse of discretion or excess of jurisdiction, certiorari, and therefore you wish to prohibit. Again, on the basis not of facts, but of contrariety of rights, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
As a matter of fact, you could have raised this in a declaratory relief, correct? Except this is not the proper forum. It could have been filed with the trial court, correct? Not here. If it were declaratory relief, correct?
Hypothetically, Your Honor,
Yes, but you chose the vehicle or the remedy called prohibition or certiorari, not the vehicle or the remedy called declaratory relief.
Yes,
But
Your
in both cases, you ask for the same relief, which is to stop the ordinances, correct?
That is correct, Your
So
Honor.
the relief for here is to stop. The relief, if you file declaratory relief, is also to stop. So there is a difference between the remedy that you choose and the remedy that you choose calls attention to the issues that you want to be reviewed, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just wanted to put that. Now, just for our information, if the NCAP is there to reduce corruption, there are other ways to reduce corruption. Is that correct?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Yes. For example, if corruption comes from law enforcers, then the solution would be to turn the cameras from the motorists to the law enforcers, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's been your experience as your client's experience as taxi drivers and the experience of the clients of Attorney Pua, Pasang Mazda, jeepneys, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And if law enforcers had body cams, they were mandated by ordinance or MMDA or by law to wear body cams and not to put them off at any time that they are on duty. Otherwise, they will have committed a crime. We would focus on who it is that is committing corruption rather than burdening our poor taxi drivers who ply our routes every day, go through traffic every day. We're lucky, we're privileged. We have drivers. Sometimes we have escorts. The person that drives a Lexus is privileged. But the jeepney driver, the tricycle driver, the pedicab driver, etc., although they're not registered, they are the ones that are burdened when you turn the camera from the law enforcers to the motorist, right?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Yes. So, in other words, what I'm saying is that's not a legal argument, but I'm just saying that there are other approaches where if we declare this as unconstitutional, they can use technology in order to also prevent the bad, correct? And as a matter of fact, when you do away with all law enforcers, this is retrenchment of a lot of people, and lots of families will not have their income. And where does the income go? It goes to QPAS. It goes to the owner of QPAS. 533 million revenue, Manila alone. Or 300 million, I don't know what the figures now, for an investment of 50 million at most. And costs of how much? So this is a wealth transfer of the jeepney driver who has to meet a boundary and therefore panics every day and therefore waits until the traffic enforcer waves them. And when they are waved, it's still the red light and they are caught, then they will have to go and experience the same thing that a justice of the Supreme Court experiences, except they're not justices, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, so this is a wealth transfer, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
But that's not a legal argument, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it is the motivation that your clients have filed in this court, making out of it, looking for a legal argument, looking for succor from the court to actually take a look at it, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And my interest and my questions will revolve around three areas. The first is, my interest in this case is that this is the first time that artificial intelligence, and if we do not know, that's the black box of QPAS, and big data, that's the black box. And if we do not, for the life of it, understand what it is, our thinking is it is always impartial. It is not. It is very biased. And I will demonstrate some aspects of it now. And what we did, second, my second interest. So artificial intelligence and the use of big data as part of regulation, where is the human hand? And in this case, the human hand is with the private sector, as I see it. Not with the local government units. They've conceded enforcement, except that they are at the tail end. And at the tail end, they are subject to the whatever video is taken by the private sector. Which gives me to my second point. Can we give to the private sector law enforcement, either by joint venture or not? That's my second area of interest. And my third is, as I have expressed, the differential impact on the poor of certain regulations which appear impartial. Oh, huhuliin natin yung mga nagbabiolate sa kalye. Yung Lexus, yung BMW, o mas madalas gamitin ang mga kalye natin ng mga jeepney. Mas madalas na gamitin ang mga kalye natin ng mga tricycle. At sa loob ng isang kalye, kawawa ang tricycle. Sa Katipunan, hindi sila makakross kahit ang sakay nila ay Atenista. O sakay nila ay taga-Miriam. Hirap sila makakross kasi sobrang dami ng private vehicles. At pag tignan mo sa loob ng pribadong sasakyan, isang tao, dalawang tao. Tignan mo yung jeep. Hindi lang punong-puno, may sabit pa. Tignan mo ang tricycle, may sakay pa sa likod ng tricycle. And yet, sila yung mauhuli on a daily basis, correct? So
Yes.
that's my third interest. Now, thank you for clarifying your petition. May I ask Attorney Paa? What exactly was your violation?
Obstruction of pedestrian lane, Your Honor.
You did it 4 times?
I think so, Your Honor.
Yes. Don't you think you were profiled by the system? You know what that profile means? Let me tell you a story. After 9/11, my companion and I, my ex-wife actually, we went on a honeymoon. And in every airport, random call, and we would be profiled. And the reason for that is we come from a third world country, and it's our first time in the United States, profiled. So every airport, they will say, at random, we will choose who we are going to do a strip search. And at every airport in the United States, we were the ones that were called. It came to a point that in Florida, when they said random checking, we would already stand up. And lo and behold, yes, it was us. In the United States, the use of technology is now being challenged because it racially profiles. Based on crimes that are reported, when you pass on that data of earlier offenses being committed by those people of color rather than those without color, and later on, what comes out of the black box is really that kind of a bias. So my question is, do you have the wherewithal of trying to find out whether or not you were profiled?
I do not, I'm not aware, Your Honor, but
As a matter of fact, you do not have a clear understanding
yes.
of what actually happens from the time that there is a camera. You just know that there is a camera and where it is, correct?
I am not aware that there's a camera that are implementation NCAP at that time, Your Honor. That was 1 year ago, Your Honor.
Yes, but you did it 4 times. So there was the second time, third
May,
time.
June, July, or
Yes.
August, Your Honor.
Yes.
Same lane, same place, Your
Yes.
Honor.
So you do not have the wherewithal, correct?
Huh.
And, well, can I just say, a jeepney driver that would be arrested for 4 times, who pays, how much did you pay? 13,000.
13,000 plus interest to
Can you
arrive at
imagine how
20,000.
fatal that is to the family? How
Yes.
fatal that is? That jeepney driver will go bankrupt, correct?
Exactly, Your
Yes,
Honor.
but if it were somebody driving Lexus, what is 13,000, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, but in any case, that was not raised by any of you. You just said oppressive fines without describing why it is oppressive. You did not go into the capacity to pay of certain vehicles. You did not even go to try to explain what our roads consist of. And if you look at our roads, private cars, look at the sales. It shot up even during the pandemic. But what about our jeepneys? They were not allowed to ply, correct? That is, I think, the first petition and the last petition. The taxi drivers are reeling because there is Grab. Before it was Uber. I do not know if they belong to your association, but in any case, again, wealth transfer from the independent operator of a taxi or a jeepney. It is now being subsumed into monopolies, etc. But you just said oppressive fines, that's all. But I do not see the development of that specific argument. But you did say that you do not have an idea. So I will call somebody who is in charge of adjudication, who will probably know what happens inside the black box. Can I now call the council for Quezon City?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You know why we want to call you? Because we live in Quezon City.
I understand.
Okay. And you want to understand. So there is a camera, correct? And the camera that just doesn't take pictures, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
It saves the photos, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the camera is positioned in a particular angle, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if the angle is wrong, it will tend to focus on that lane where most jeepneys would discharge, right?
I'm not personally aware of that circumstance, Your Honor, but
If the cameras are not properly angled, it is angled too much to the right, and in an area where private cars do not discharge their passengers, but rather it will be jeepneys that will discharge their passengers. We all know this, correct?
that may happen, yes. Your
Yes, the camera therefore, because of how it is angled, okay, is now biased towards trying to arrest those that discharge on the side. Depends on the angle,
Honor.
correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, if it is too wide angled, so there is a narrow lens, narrow focus, and many of the cameras are wide angled. Maybe it has a panoramic view of 70%, 90%, etc. Okay. On a daily basis and on a moment-to-moment basis, there will be hundreds of cars that will pass through the camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, Your Honor.
as there are hundreds of cars, the camera is programmed not only to take passive pictures, but to send whatever it is taking to a certain program that will get from big data and try to figure out this figure is number 5, correct?
I am not certain of the
That's
actual
it.
procedure.
That's what happens. That's called artificial intelligence,
Your-
correct?
Your Honor, it may be as simple that there's a line that if the image breaks that line, it detects it as obstructing the pedestrian lane. I
No, I'm
cannot
not talking
honestly
about obstructing. When it sees a line like that, it is number 5. If they see a line like that, it is number 7. If they see a line like that, it is number 9, correct? For the computer to actually recognize that, it uses machine intelligence or machine learning. It learns that this one is not 7, this is 7, and in many instances, that's why it's big data, this is always a number 7, correct?
Maybe, Your Honor. I'm
Yes. You're not sure.
I'm not well versed with
Oh
the
my
actual
God. You are the one that is in the legal office, and you do not understand what happens inside. And you cannot therefore understand that sometimes it is programmed in such a way that it took data from the United States of plate numbers. Or that, can you tell me, do we now have a common plate in our cars?
How so, Your
Do
Honor?
we now have, meron na ba tayong pare-parehong plaka? In other words,
no, Your
tatagalugin ko na pag hindi
No,
ko
Your Honor.
maintindihan.
No, Your Honor.
Why?
The-
Because LTO had a problem, correct?
Yes, Your
Which went up to the Supreme Court, all the way to the Supreme Court. And even until now, there is no common plate, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So they will look at the conduction sticker, they will look at the plate. How sure are you that they catch the ones with the normal plates first before those with the conduction stickers? How sure are you?
I'm not certain, Your Honor.
Has there been sort of an audit of the bias of the system as to what it prioritizes first?
We've only operated the NCAP for 2 months, Your Honor, before that.
Before it was implemented.
I'm not
Or
certain,
did,
Your Honor. There
did
was
the
a dry
local
run.
government assume that just because it is computerized, it is impartial?
I believe that was the sentiment, Your Honor.
Yes, which is completely wrong even if you look at all the literature, correct?
I am not aware
That
of
it
the-
depends on the information already inside, put in by the contractor, the basis for distinguishing a number 1 from a number 2, whether you take the plate number first or the conduction sticker, correct?
Again, Your
And
Honor, I apologize.
of course, when you go through a certain intersection, there are hundreds of cars that are passing through. Which one do they give priority? Yung bang maganda yung likod ng kotse? Yung bang masyadong mabilis? Yung bang nakaapak lang dun sa pedestrian lane? And if you have 12 violations, which of the violations do they prioritize first?
I believe they tried to capture them all, Your Honor.
They cannot, because the computer has a program. And I hope that the local governments now listening will listen and actually ask the programmers, paano nakikita? Alin yung inuuna? Saang data kinukuha? Okay, but in any case, I'm just only giving an example that even technology can be biased. Even the algorithm can be biased. So what do we have now? So we have the camera seeing instead of a police seeing the violation. We have a camera researching on who the computer researching on who it is, rather than a police reporting to the LTO and looking for it. Correct?
I believe, Your Honor, we get the information from LTO only after we capture the violation.
Hindi nga eh. I'm comparing yung dating sistema where there is a human factor, and now that we have a computer doing everything until here is the norm, here is the rule, ito yung violation, ito yung babayaran niya. So the computer that has artificial intelligence does the actual apprehension, correct? Does the actual proceeding inside its own body, its own black box, and comes out with the result. Ikaw, Juan, meron ka ng penalty. So there is a judge already inside. In fact, that was one of the grounds. We are substituting this technology for an adjudicatory system.
Your Honor, if I may, the system only returns possible violations. The city is the final arbiter if there was an actual violation. In fact, Your Honor, from our figures, only around 37 to 40% of the potential violations was confirmed by the city.
Precisely my point, yung 37 or 40%. Ibig sabihin, pinipili niya kung sino.
No, Your Honor, the city was the one who chose the 37 or 40% from the total number of potential violations that the system returned to us.
Yes. So ibig sabihin, you said to the contractor, humuli lang kayo ng 30%.
No, Your Honor, they gave us the total number of potential violations that they thought committed the violations. Then the city reviewed those 100%. And then the city only said, we confirmed only 37% to 40% of those 100% as actual violations.
Okay, so in other words, you are confirming that the actual system also has a bias. So in your admission, 30% correct lang. So the percentage of error is 70%, right?
I would not characterize it.
No, sinabi mo, out of the 100 that the computer found to have violated, pinili lang ng city, 30 lang ang valid.
Around 37 to 40%.
Yes, so in other words, the error of the system is more than 50%.
I'm just aware of the final
Cover that in your
figures.
memorandum.
Thank you.
Okay, you know what I'm saying.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you just answer me directly and you say, let me look at that, because you do not know what I'm saying when I say error, the percentage of error.
I will look at that, Your
Yes.
Honor.
And also in your memoranda and for all LGUs, can you also submit to the court the audit of the algorithms that has been done on the system and submit to us the degrees of error that you have allowed for the system that we are now implementing? Okay.
If available, Your Honor.
Yes. So in other words, we have here a system that does the actual law enforcement and adjudication. And worse, what happens is people get the notice of violation through email.
No, Your Honor, for us, we have it personally delivered if the registered owner's address is within Quezon City, Your Honor.
So they have it personally delivered to them. They look for the registered owner. The registered owner who may not have driven the car will have only 5 days to go. And after a while, the evidence is going to be reviewed, correct?
We have 30 days upon notice, Your Honor, upon
Yes, 30
delivery.
days. In other words, yes, so you have that time lag, and that time lag to you is not problematic, correct?
No, Your Honor, the violator has 30 days within which to contest the violation upon receipt of the notice.
So the camera recognizes, transforms the data to information, recognizes the numbers in the plates, recognizes it from big data, and then the numbers of a car is transposed to a registered file, and the registered file will indicate the owner. The owner looks at the address. Okay, the computer looks at the address, and it's correlated to the same car, and later on, the notice is given. Okay.
If I may, Your Honor, I believe that's why we have the data sharing agreement with LTO, because we can only identify the plate number, and based on the plate number, we submit it to the LTO for the corresponding owner's information, such as the name and the
You're
address.
familiar with motorcycles on the streets?
Yes, Your Honor.
So how many of those 37% are motorcycles?
I am not aware of the exact figures.
Submit.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many of those caught were jeepneys?
I am not aware of the exact
Submit.
figures, Your Honor.
How many were taxis?
Again,
How many were vehicles that were private in nature?
however, if I may recall correctly, the vast majority, Your Honor, I believe 80% and above were private vehicles.
Private vehicles. So
Yes,
in
Your
other words, there is a bias against private vehicles, but not against motorcycles.
I'm not aware of that.
Do you drive your car?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know how it is now to drive in Metro Manila?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Yes. In other words, at any point in time, there would be somebody overtaking you on the right or the left, or
Yes.
even in front, or even at the back, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you have that modern car with sensitive sensors, it will be pinging all the time, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, yet you capture the private vehicles,
Yes, Your Honor.
not them. So how does this solve traffic?
I apologize, Your Honor.
80% of those that you catch are private vehicles,
Yes,
correct? Not this, not the motorcycles.
With the vast majority of the total number of
Yes,
violations.
so
were
you
called-
see what I mean when I say bias, correct?
I'm not particularly aware of. the
Yes, in other
bias.
words, there may be bias in the system. Okay,
We'll inspect, Your Honor.
so I mentioned a ballpark figure that was submitted to us in terms of the revenue.
Sure.
Okay, and you mentioned the capitalization of the private contractor.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, tatagaluhin ko na, no? Siguro naman may training din yung LGU
Yes, Your
para
Honor.
mag-take over yung LGU doon sa technology, correct?
Your Honor, if I may make a qualification, I believe the figures, for example, in our case, the capitalization costs were based on 15 camera systems. So for example, with Manila, who has over 80
Yeah,
plus
but
camera
that's not
systems.
my question.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your Honor, we received training, the local government
Not to
officials.
implement the private contractor system, not to partner with them, but to take over.
I don't believe that's part of the training, Your Honor.
Yes, so my question is, are we as a court now ready to allow that the enforcement of the law is going to be done publicly or privately or a mix of both?
Your Honor, respectfully, it's our position that the enforcement of this law, this ordinance is made solely by the Quezon City government.
Of course not, it's not solely, because the entire technology is not known by you. Otherwise, you would have explained it to me. Is there anyone in Quezon City who can explain to me what happens? Who saw the actual program that was used by QPAS? QPAX?
No one available right now.
No one available because no one actually saw. Did anyone audit the actual, yung Smartmatic nga, meron tayong source code evaluation. Nag-evaluation ba kayo? Because of course, they would know that whatever is fed in terms of the instructions, the instructions will choose the data and out of that will come the results, correct?
Yes, sir.
So ginawa ba yun ng Quezon City?
I'm not aware of any procedure like that.
You're not aware, so likely it was not done.
Probably, Your Honor.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Okay. The Honorable Solgen, just one question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
Good
maybe-
evening, Your Honor.
Maybe just take the two questions together. The petitions raise due process. And due process can also mean who is the adjudicator. So I guess maybe in your memoranda, you can also have a discussion of to guide the court as to when artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence is to be engaged in terms of any form of law enforcement that will satisfy not the American standard of due process, but the Philippine standard of due process. I love my own. I think that this court, since time immemorial, has evolved its own ang tibay and many others. Ang tibay and the qualifications of ang tibay, the RH law that qualify what is meant by administrative due process. But that in any case, maybe you can cover that in your memoranda. What is what is a good framework that will meet the requirements of due process for the use of artificial intelligence? And second, my question, can we enforce the law partnering with a private contractor forever? Or are they limits? Because in this case, it is actually enforcement of the law partnering with a private contractor, because it is the private contractor that catches and processes the data and gives it to the LGU. Can you do that, Mr. Solgen?
Do you want me to answer it now, Your Honor, or is that something for inclusion in our memorandum?
Yes, I would suppose that you would want to reflect on it a little bit. And of course, discuss with your team so that we have a full guide. You see, Mr. Solgen, as Justice Ami has said, we are fortunate that we have you as Solicitor General, but that's also the same instructions I give to the petitioners. And
Yes,
therefore, you can give us, after more deliberate thought, how you would want, how we should frame these kinds of issues. Because I think this is for an issue for the 21st. It's now only NCAP. It's like apprehending cars. But in reality, it is the engagement of artificial intelligence already. Thank you, Mr. Solgen.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Such Marbik. I have a few questions to the Quezon City Council. Mr. Council, did you participate in the drafting of the ordinance?
Yes, Your Honor.
In what capacity?
Apologies, Your Honor.
In what capacity?
Your Honor, I directly participated in the drafting of the ordinance, Your Honor.
Very good. Look at section 11 of your ordinance. Let me see.
If I may, Your Honor, which specific ordinance?
I think 3052, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Providing notice, section 11, 3052, page 12. Do you see that? Receipt of notice of violation.
Yes, Your Honor.
It says there, with registered addresses within Quezon City. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
What about those violators whose addresses is not within Quezon City?
They will go through the regular registered mail process, Your Honor.
Why the distinction?
Your Honor, it was one of the concessions during the council debates that ensued during the passage of this specific ordinance.
Okay. Did you take part in the preparation of the memorandum of agreement with the provider?
Yes, Your Honor.
In what capacity?
I reviewed it, Your Honor.
You reviewed it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you take a look on that provision on sharing?
Yes, Your Honor.
The funds collected are supposed to be deposited to a trust fund, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, take a look at the sharing. Why is there a special provision authorizing the service provider to allocate certain portion of their share to certain local government officials in Quezon City?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may, that's not to certain local government officials. That's to local projects, Your Honor.
Local project.
Yes, Your Honor. Because, Your Honor, we envisage a scenario in which the revenue generated
Will be in excess.
Yes, Your Honor. So that part of their, accountability, they should put it back into the community, Your Honor.
So who decides who gets the allocation?
Your Honor, that was the problem because we could not actually specify the obligations, and so that provision was made in good faith, Your Honor, that with the hope
But
that
you don't know who gets what from the share of the contractor, not the share of the local government.
Yes,
It's
Your
the
Honor.
provision.
Yes, Your Honor. But
Who
it's
decide?
QPAX, Your Honor.
QPAX.
Yes,
What
sir.
will be the standards that QPAX should
Your Honor, we
follow?
would be submitting a list of potential projects with which could use additional funding.
May I ask the council of other cities? Parañaque, do you have the same provision?
Your Honor, we do not have a similar
May I
provision.
ask Valenzuela if they have the same provision?
I believe we don't have a similar provision, Your Honor.
Muntinlupa, we have the same provision of allocating the earnings of QPAX to local government officials project.
We don't have that provision, Your Honor.
So who decides? Manila, do you have such provision?
We do not have such provision, Your Honor.
Can you explain, Mr. Counsel for Quezon City, why that special provision sharing the earnings of QPAX with certain local government officials for certain projects?
Not for officials, Your Honor,
Yeah,
for
but
certain projects.
But who submits the project? Isn't it the local officials
Yes, Your Honor.
under the provision?
Yes, Your Honor. We recommend certain projects, Your
Is
Honor.
the allocation by QPAX to these local projects as submitted by local government officials will they be subjected to COA?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Absolutely. You're
Yes.
sure of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
QPAX agreed that their contribution should be subject to audit.
Yes, Your Honor. And any contributions made to the city or to its projects are always subject to co-audit, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Look
Thank
at
you,
the
Your Honor.
memorandum of agreement. Again, Quezon City. There is a provision there that you entered into this project with QPAX because of the original proponent rule, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then you subject it to Swiss challenge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now may I ask the council of other local government officials how they come to have an agreement with QPAX? Was there a provision of original proponent? Manila.
There were actually two bidders for the project, Your Honor.
Original proponents?
Yes,
Who were they?
Actually, I've been looking at the documents, Your Honor. I do not have it, but
But it
it
should
says
be in your memorandum of agreement.
Yes, Your Honor, but the memorandum.
Is there a mention in your memorandum of agreement that you came into an agreement with QPAX because there is a observation of the original proponent rule?
None, Your Honor.
Exactly. So there is no basis by which you arrive to award the contract of QPAX based on your memorandum of agreement.
It's not stated there, Your Honor.
Exactly. I will ask the same to Parañaque. Is there a provision in the MOA that says that it was an original proponent offered by QPAX?
None, Your Honor, but it was born out of a PPP selection process, Your Honor.
But who were the offerer?
They were the only ones, Your Honor.
Who?
QPAX was the only proponent. Your Honor.
So you are telling us that QPAX is the original only proponent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Same with Muntinlupa. Is there a provision in the MOA that says original proponent was QPAX?
There's none, Your Honor, but we confirm that QPAX is the only proponent, Your Honor.
And you did not subject it to Swiss challenge?
We did not, but the local finance committee recommended.
Is that in accordance with the law on procurement?
It is our humble position, Your Honor, that it is not covered by procurement, Your Honor.
Why? Why not? It's a BOT in effect. It's a JB in fact. And under the procurement law, JB should be following certain specific regulation and requirements.
It is our position, Your Honor, that the intended acquisition is not an expenditure which involves spending of public funds in relation to a identified
Does
appropriation.
the law on procurement allow that there is no investment coming from the local government, it should be exempt from the requirements of ano?
But
The
it
law?
is, Your Honor, it is the position of the city that 9184 is not the one applicable in this case. We based the agreement on the direct provision of the local government code, section 25.
Yes, you are allowed to enter into joint venture, but we have a special law governing these transactions, whether national or local government unit.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you did not comply with that law on procurement?
We did not, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Let me go back to the provisions on your ordinances, or is it in the MOA? Violation processing. It says here, following the statement or interpellation of Senior Associate Justice Leone, take a look Quezon City on how the violations will be processed under NCAP. There is a process.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what does it say? The city shall within 5 business days
Of receiving access to pre-processed violations data from a designated approach provided by QPAX, cause the authorized personnel to review such violations data to determine whether a notice of violation will be issued with respect to each violation captured within such violation data. And 3,
Manila, would you admit the same provision in your ordinance or MOA, if that's the case? Processing of violations.
We do not have that provision in our city ordinance.
Are you sure? Are you sure? These are template provisions in all the QPAC, all the agreement.
Yes, Your Honor, in the joint venture agreement. Your Honor.
Yes, and same with Muntinlupa, same provision. Practically all this memorandum of agreement, one and the same template.
We confirm that, Your Honor.
We confirm. Paranaque, the same.
We confirm, Your Honor.
Okay. The provision says that QPAX shall provide the authorized personnel with access to the QPAX system for the purposes of reviewing the pre-processed violation data. So who makes the initial assessment that there was a violation?
Your Honor, I clarified that. They said when they mentioned pre-process, they would just be encrypting or transforming the captured violations, the potential violations, into a format that would be palatable for review by the city government.
In other words, you capture the video, you show it to the evaluator of the LGU, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
But as far as initial determination that there was already a violation, it's QPAC system that determines it.
Initially, that was the case, Your Honor, but we made sure that afterwards nothing would be
No. I'm
called.
just reading from what you said in your memorandum of agreement. It is QPACs, parang may pre-screening, they immediately say, look, these are the data we compiled, and from our perspective, these are the violations. Now, I turn it over to you for final determination.
Yes, Your Honor, but when it says in the joint venture agreement about pre-processing, it only means it's pre-processing the
Yes,
violations for.
But the text is very clear. For purposes of reviewing pre-process violations data.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. When it says pre-process, it's just transforming the videos into a format that would be palatable for review by the evaluators.
But palatable, what do you mean?
Because
yung malasa sa reviewer?
Your Honor, is in a format that would be
Palatable,
readily.
but you says there is pre-process already of violation. In
Yes,
other
Your
words, there is a predetermination under the QPAC system that these vehicles violated already. Now it's turned over to the LGU evaluator for final determination.
Yes, Your Honor. What I'm trying to say, despite the
That's precisely the point of justice.
yes, Your Honor.
Leonel.
No, apologies. I'm clarifying now that we made sure that all
What
the
is your assurance when there is nothing in the ordinance?
I apologize, Your Honor.
What is your assurance that will be observed when there is nothing in your ordinance? That is the process.
Your Honor,
How
now
do you make sure?
we can audit them as suggested by the
Can you
Honorable
submit
Justice.
to the court the audit of all these violations submitted to you by QPACs?
If
And-
available, otherwise we
Wait,
would.
that's the point. If
Yes,
available.
Yes, Your
You have been answering if available.
Yes, Your Honor, we commit to conduct those audits as soon as practicable, Your Honor.
Let's make sure all those, because the very agreement says pre-processed violation. So there was a preliminary determination, kumbaga sa criminal case, probable cause already that there was a violation.
Yes, sir.
Only you that want kayo yung police, sinabi ng police may violation. Bigay ko sa piskal para yung piskal magsabi, magpa-file ba tayo ng kaso, may probable cause. But as far as law enforcement, because you're making the system as law enforcement officer in initially determining that there was already a violation.
We
Is that not
understand,
the
Your Honor.
case?
We understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your
May I
Honor.
ask a few questions to the Solicitor General? Mr. Solicitor
Good evening.
General, good evening. Earlier in your presentation, you were emphatic that the revenue generated here is not for purposes of raising revenues for the LGU.
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you treat these fines collected? Are they public funds or private funds?
There's supposed to be public funds placed in a
Trust
special
fund.
trust fund, Your Honor.
Is there a legal basis for such account, such as the one in Quezon City?
Yes, Your Honor.
Joint venture agreement fund?
The proceeds from the joint venture agreement in the form of fines collected go into that
Trust
special
fund.
trust fund.
But the account of Quezon City, it says joint venture account.
The denomination of the account may be such, a joint venture account, but its character is one of a trust fund. It's a matter of calling it, or the nomenclature for calling the fund. But its character is one of a special trust fund. And no
What is special?
expenditures.
Is it a public fund or a private fund? I want your categorical answer.
It's a public fund, Your Honor, because they are fines that are paid into the treasury of the local government unit.
Yeah. Are you referring to the 35%?
No, the entire thing. The entire
100%.
the entire collections from the fines paid, which go into the special trust fund, are, in my opinion, public
100%
funds.
public fund.
Public funds, the whole of it, Your Honor.
And therefore, it should be the council from time to time who should tell where this fund should go, right?
Yes, Your Honor, and the expenditures are defined by the parameters of the trust fund. In other words, they may only be expended for the purposes for which the trust fund was created.
From your review of all these ordinances, memorandum of agreement, did the LGU provide for a cap of expenditures that must be entailed by the system operator?
Not based on the ordinances, Your Honor. There's nothing in the ordinances.
In the memorandum of agreement, is there a figure, is provision that says the expenses by the operator should not exceed this much? Is there a provision?
Your Honor, not in that language. What I saw was an allocation of.
Yeah, the allocation.
Right.
But you say that the revenue generated by this collection of fines would cover not only the capital investment of the provider, but the maintenance expenses, right?
I think so, Your Honor, because
So
that's
if
part
the
of the expense.
if the provider says, I spent this much to maintain this, to the effect that the total amount generated is equivalent to their expense, nothing goes to the LGU.
I think they will be guided still by their agreed allocation. So it
Is it
doesn't
in the-
really matter if the actual expenditure on the part of the private service provider exceeded its allocation. It's a matter of business judgment. I suppose that when it agreed to get a certain share, it would have factored already its expected expenditures
Expenses.
for maintaining
But
the
is this
program.
spelled out in the memorandum of agreement?
No, Your Honor, not in that.
That's the
not-
problem.
Not details,
That's the
not
problem.
those details.
Okay. Let me go to another question. You were saying again that this is not revenue raising measure.
Yes,
Right?
Your Honor, that is
Okay.
my contention.
I have here a sample based on the submission of the parties, notice of violation.
Yes, Your Honor.
All of the LGU submitted,
Hmm.
right? You look at the back page,
Hmm.
and this is practically standard in all notice of violation. I will read the provision. Upang maiwasang malagyan ng alarma ang sasakyan at mapatawan ng interes ang multa, maaari lamang na gawin ang alinman sa mga sumusunod sa loob ng 5 araw mula sa pagtanggap ng notice of violation. So in other words, in English, this is what you're supposed to do if you are this is only your choices if you receive a notice of violation. Una, magbayad. Bakit nauna yung magbayad?
Your Honor, as you pointed out earlier, the Tagalog instruction is gawin ang alinman sa mga sumusunod.
Maaari lamang.
Opo.
Ito ang qualifying. Your only choice is this. Number 1, pay. That's the tenor of the...
Yes, Your Honor. So you pay if you admit that
there
you
is
are guilty.
There is no due process first required that you are informed that you can contest it. Isn't that not the fair announcement in the notice?
Your
That you
Honor,
have the right to contest this notice.
Your Honor, the presence of the other options specified clearly indicate that if you do not admit
Mr. Solicitor General,
your
that's
guilt, you can take number 2, you can take
No,
number
no, no.
3, you can
No, no,
take
no.
number 4.
Mr. Solicitor General, let me qualify. Ang nakakatanggap nito, kalimitan, ordinaryong driver, may-ari ng sasakyan, di ba?
Yes,
Kasi yun ang patakaran niyo. Pero pag binasa mo ito, ang unang, ito kasi maliwanag, maaari lamang na gawin, nakalista. Anong unang-una mong dapat gawin? Magbayad. Bakit yun ang unang-unang sinasabi niyo? Saan yung mga notice of violation? Why do you not say that when you receive this, may karapatang i-contest ito? Kasi yung sa mga sumusunod, ang sinasabi niyo mga senaryo, yung depensa nyo. Pero hindi nyo sinasabi sa una na dapat may karapatan kayo sa loob ng 5 araw, pumunta kayo, mag-online kayo, you can contest it. Kasi misleading yung statement sa likod. Kasi ang choices lang ng tao, number 1, magbayad. So is this not accurate or in conflict with the statement that this is not a revenue-raising mechanism for the LGU?
Your Honor, if it's just a matter of making the notice clearer, then I will recommend that the notice of violation be
Because
amended.
para itong
to make it
subpina eh. Diba sa subpina nakalagay kung anong gagawin mo? Sumagot ka within 15 days. Otherwise, a default judgment will be rendered against you. Pero dito, ang instruction mo kagad sa tao, magbayad.
Your
Paano
Honor,
magiging valid tong notice of citation na to? Where is the essence of due process? When you do not inform immediately the violators that they have the right to contest. Yung mga sumusunod, depensa na available sa iyo. Pero hindi mo sinabi, you can contest immediately within the period. That's my concern. Okay.
Your Honor, we'll just make that clearer so that the people will understand that they have the right
Especially common
to contest.
owners or drivers who own their vehicle, pagbasa pa lang sa likod, anong maaari mong gawin sa loob ng 5 araw pag natanggap mo? Magbayad. Nakalagay agad yung account ng bangko. UCPB Bank. So where is the essence of due process here? Especially the ordinary people.
We understand, Your Honor.
Are there any data sharing agreement entered into by the LGUs, other government agencies such as the LTO, and the private entities responsible for data collection and processing in relation to the implementation of KAP?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Your Honor, the agreement for data sharing is between the government agencies involved. More
LTO,
particularly, the LGU
and the
and the
LTO.
LTO.
And the QPAX is not a party.
QPAX is not a party to that agreement for
Okay.
the data sharing.
Okay. If that is the case, please read Section 33 of IRR of the Data Privacy Act. If you have a copy.
I do not have a copy yet right now, Your Honor.
Okay. If you don't have a copy, I read it to you. Section 33 of the IRR of the DPA provides applicability to government contractors. In entering into any contract with a private service provider that may involve accessing or acquiring sensitive personal information from 1,000 or more individuals, a government agency shall require such service provider and its employees to register their personal data processing system with a commission, meaning the Privacy Commission, in accordance with this act and these rules. The service provider, as personal information processor, shall comply with the other provisions of the act and these rules, particularly the immediately preceding sections, similar to a government agency and employees. Did QPAX comply with this requirement?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but that does not seem to be applicable to the present situation.
Why?
Because the data is shared between the LTO and the local government unit. There is no sharing of data between the LTO and the private service
The
contractor.
law is very clear. Accessing or requiring sensitive formal information. They capture, right? The vehicle identification. By reason of that, they store this data. Did they comply with this requirement?
Your Honor, the Data Privacy Act defines personal information as referring to the person himself. Now, what is captured by QPAX is not information pertaining to the person, but information pertaining to the vehicle. The information attaches to the vehicle, not to the person. So that particular provision of the Data Privacy Act does not find any application because what is captured by QPAX is not information pertaining to the person, but information pertaining to the vehicle. So that provision does not apply.
Okay, that was your response. In line with that, who owns the data collected through the NCAP?
The data is owned by the LTO, Your Honor, because that's the personal information that is relevant to us.
But can the provider deprive the LGU to have access?
No, Your Honor, because the service provider merely captures the vehicle identification. So that's all that there is to it.
Okay. On the premise that the LGU doesn't remit, and the provider says, no, I'll not share with you the data anymore. You will not earn anything anymore. Can they withhold that?
Well, I guess, Your Honor, that will be a breach of the obligation of the local government unit because they have an agreement and the two parties, Your Honor, are supposed to comply in good faith with their respective contractual obligations.
In the implementation of NCAP, who are considered as the personal information processor and personal information controllers?
In my opinion, those terms pertain to the LTO because it's the LTO that has in its database all the personal information pertaining to the registered owner or the maybe drivers through their driver's licenses. So I think that term pertains to the LTO. The LTO officers.
What is LTO? Public Information Processor or Personal Information Controllers?
The personal information controller is the more significant individual here.
And who is that under the scheme that LGU entered with the QPACs?
The LTO, Your Honor, because it's the LTO who has the information pertaining to the person
So
owning the vehicle.
LTO is both the personal information processor and personal information controller at the same time. Is that your position?
Well, they're two different
Exactly.
classes.
So that's why I'm asking to be very specific. Under the scheme between LGU and QPACs, who is the personal information processor and the personal information controller?
My understanding is that both categories of persons are within the LTO. No such personal information is being conveyed to the QPACs or to the service provider. That is not communicated to them. They do not process any information coming from the LTO. It's purely between the LTO and the local government unit, Your Honor.
In this system, in this scheme of this arrangement, who are the designated data privacy compliance officer?
I suppose that each individual local government unit has its own data protection officer. And,
What about
needless to
QPACs?
say with the LTO.
What about the QPACs? Did the LGU require them to let them know who are the data privacy compliance officer?
No, Your Honor, because we do not have any privity at all with QPACs. MMDA has its own system for NCAP.
Yeah, but they're transacting with the QPACs. Did the LGU bother to find out if they have the data compliance officer?
Maybe the LGU legal officers should answer that question. We're not representing
Let's ask
them,
them.
Your Honor.
Who is the data compliance officer as far as your contracts with the QPACs are concerned? Manila. Oh. Sige, pila na lang kayong apat dyan
For
para
Manila, Your Honor, the data privacy officer is Attorney Aba, Your Honor.
for the LGU.
Yes, Your Honor.
But for QPACs,
I have no information
see.
as to that.
you don't even know the data compliance officer of the party you're contracting with. O, Quezon City.
Your Honor, I don't have the exact name, but I'm certain it's included in the data processing agreement between Quezon City and QPACs.
Sige. Muntinlupa. Same question.
Yes, Your Honor. We have our own data processing officer, but
As
with
far as
respect,
you're concerned, but you with QPACs, with your transaction with QPACs,
we're
who
not
is the
aware
tech?
of that, Your Honor.
Why are you not bothering to find out? For all you know, they're not qualified. Oh, Paranaque, same.
You know, we'll have to review that, Your Honor.
That's the problem. You are dealing with entities that you don't even know the party you are dealing with.
We have a data compliance officer, Your Honor, from the legal office, Your Honor.
Ay, walang problema yung sa LGU nga. Tinatanong ko yung sa QPACs, as far as your transaction is the data compliance officer.
Your Honor, please. For Manila, for QPACs, for our agreement with QPACs, it's Miss Mitz Zaidon Francisco, Your Honor.
Oh,
the
did you
data
verify the
protection
qualification of the data compliance officer?
No, Your.
Mr. Solicitor General, in your discussion with this LGU, did you ask them how long is the data retention period? for the data collected through the NCAP?
Your Honor, we're not representing the LGUs, so we did not.
That's why my premise in your discussion with them. You did
No.
not discuss with them the duration.
No, Your Honor, I just took a look at their agreement
Okay.
with the
May I
service.
call those lawyers from the LGU again here in front?
Your
Same-
Honor,
Same question.
the term is for as long as it's legitimate for the purpose of for which the data is required, Your Honor.
But when is what is the duration of that legitimate purpose?
Your Honor, I believe in NPC circular number 2020 dash. I forget this, the specific number. It states that the duration of the data sharing agreement can be for as long as the data is required for the purpose.
That is with respect to data sharing.
Yes, Your Honor.
My question is the the retention period of those captured data through the NCAP system.
For the data processor, Your Honor.
Yeah, you gather data, right? You
Yes,
capture
sir.
data. So what is the duration of the retention period? Because this is important. Because after the termination of the contract, if it happens, QPAX may have all the information about all these things.
No, Your Honor, we have a provision that upon the termination of data processing agreement, QPAX must return or destroy all the data that they were provided in furtherance of the data processing agreement.
How would you know that QPAX destroy the data? What's your control over this data being generated by QPAX?
The same for everything that transacts.
Every data collected has a value in the world market.
Yes, Your Honor. However, if I may, regarding the provision that upon the 1,000 or more sensitive personal information, we believe that that does not apply in this instance because we're only
So we're
collecting.
not talking of 1,001. The retention of data that you collected under this agreement with QPAX. What's the retention period?
I would have to double check. I apologize, Your Honor.
Are there data retention schedule based on your agreement? The NCAP is just starting. And unless we declare it invalid or unconstitutional, they will continue gathering data over a period of time. And there is no provision in your memorandum of agreement, the retention date period of the data collected. Kung natapos na, nagbayad na ako ng fine, do you still keep that data about that violation?
We will double check, Your Honor. I apologize for not having that.
Because in the website, according to the petitioner, you just type the date number and then you will see all the information regarding the violations.
That is not
by the
true, Your Honor.
registered
That is
owner.
not true, Your Honor. You will only be notified upon typing of the plate number if there is a violation and if there are the number of violations. But it does not specify the specific violation. It does not state the name of the violator or the owner or any other circumstances. Just states the number of violations, if any, Your Honor.
How is the data under your agreement collected under the NCAP should be disposed of?
We will submit as soon. I apologize for not having the answer for that.
It's not in your agreement.
I only have the amended agreement, Your Honor, which lacks certain.
That's why my premise earlier, did you take part in the review of the memorandum of agreement? You said you reviewed it from your own personal recollection.
No, Your Honor, this is for the data processing agreement. I was not privy to the review of that one.
What contract were you privy about? I assume earlier memorandum of agreement you said and you reviewed it.
If
Is
that's
there
for
a
the joint venture agreement, Your Honor, I reviewed that. For the data processing agreement, I was not privy to the review.
Is there a separate data processing agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, there is.
Did you submit it to the court?
I don't believe it was required, Your Honor.
If that's the case, submit us to your data processing agreement between QPAX and LGU.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because what you submitted and available to us was only the JBA. And the same requirement for other LGUs in this case.
Including the data sharing agreements, Your Honor.
Yes, you have that
Recording stopped.
So,
Recording in progress.
yes, Your Honor.
And when do you give the 65% share of? No, is that when you say it goes to the city treasurer, is that the trust fund mentioned in section 9 of your ordinance?
Yes, Your Honor.
The entire amount.
Yes, Your Honor.
And from there, you give 65%? How does it work? What's the movement of the money here?
QPAX will bill us, Your Honor, for the number of violations, Your Honor, depending on the collections.
So they know how much was collected and then they bill you 65%.
We give them their 60.
After they bill you. Correct?
Your Honor.
After they bill you.
Yes, Your Honor. We give them we pay them for the billing.
So the money collected goes to the treasurer and then magbibill ang QPAX and then maglalabas kayo ng bill 65%.
Yes,
Tama
Your
ba
Honor.
yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yung pumasok na pera sa account ninyo, anong trato niyo dyan? Hindi ba public funds lahat yan?
It goes to a dedicated account, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's the trust account, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore, this trust account, I'm just want to know if we are on the same page, is already a repository of public funds, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but this trust account is dedicated solely for the collections under the NCAP. Your
Understood. But it is public funds,
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
the entire amount.
Yes, Your Honor.
So when you remit 65% of it to a private entity, that money becomes private or it's still public funds?
It becomes private funds, Your Honor,
Really? That's your point of view?
because it's already paid to QPAX, Your Honor.
Okay, so where does COA enter? What does it review?
COA has reviewed, Your Honor, our joint venture agreement and the remittances paid, Your Honor.
And so all this money that goes into the trust account of section 9, tinitignan ng COA yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
And vis-a-vis the 65% that goes to the private, anong position ng COA?
We have not received any disallowance, Your Honor.
But COA has been there.
Yes, Your
They've
Honor.
been auditing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, does COA have a written opinion that says they're not supposed to audit the 65%? Obviously, they're not
None,
auditing
Your
the 65%, di ba?
None, Your
They're auditing only the 35% that remains with you.
They audit everything that goes into the dedicated account, Your Honor.
So they look at it for purposes of example lang, 100 million, and then they will see that 65 million goes to the private entity.
Yes, Your Honor.
And ang kanilang audit is only to say, 65% kasi sila, therefore they should get 65%. So okay lang yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that how it works?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yung notices of disallowance, wala kayo.
None, Your Honor.
But there are COA findings at the end of each year, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you give us a copy?
Yes,
For
Your Honor.
2021 and 2022. Do they specifically mention this trust account?
None, Your Honor. The findings, the annual findings of the COA will mention the projects which they find to be, let's say, for example, lacking in certain provisions, Your Honor. But for purposes of the NCAP, there's no finding.
Okay. So the 35% now is treated by Manila as As what? Sorry.
This
It's
fund,
supposed to, it's earmarked to pay for the expenses for running the ano.
it's
for-
supposed to fund the Manila Traffic and Parking Bureau, Your Honor.
And it's ano yan, walang residual na tira after you pay all of those things?
I would have to double check the figures in the account, Your Honor.
Oh, parang continuing fund ba yan? Pinopondohan every time magbayad, magkaroon ng ano. And
Yes.
I'm sure
Yes, Your Honor.
desweldo lang naman lahat ng mga empleyado, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So may X amount yon, and I'm sure the fines, if it goes beyond the X amount, I'm talking about that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong trato ng Manila dyan sa excess na yan?
It becomes the budget of the Manila Traffic and Parking Bureau, Your Honor.
Which is, what is that entity?
For other purposes, Your Honor, like manual apprehension, it goes to the expenses of running the Manila Traffic and Parking Bureau.
Does it go into the general revenues of the LGU as LGU?
Yes, Your Honor. After QPAX has been paid, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, so subject to nag-appropriation ordinances kayo for
Yes, Your
these
Honor.
amounts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Marvick?
The Quezon City Council, please. Just so I understand. So when I go to the website, I enter a plate number. It reveals the violation.
Just the number of violations, Your Honor, if
Yes.
any.
So I can get the plate number of Justice Mon.
Yes, Your Honor.
I enter it on the website. I will know how many violations he has alleged to have done.
Yes, but not the particular violations.
Yes, but you see nothing wrong with that. So I
Your
can get the plate number of the Solicitor General, the private car, and I will enter it. And it will also appear the number of violations.
Your Honor, if I may, the honorable justice is already aware of the identity of the owner of the vehicle. Further, any violations?
You're evading the question. My question is
I
only-
see nothing wrong with it. Your Honor.
You see nothing wrong with that?
Nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong.
Nothing.
There is no violation of privacy.
Your Honor, like I said, if I may,
There's no violation of privacy from your
No,
point
Your
of view.
Honor.
But you keep on shifting, you know. We ask you a direct question, you bring up a different matter.
No.
So I'm just asking whether it is possible under the system to put in a plate number and it reveals the violation. And you find nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong, Your Honor.
Yes, as like if I put the plate number of a certain individual and there is the name of there is a number of violation, it is not to you a violation of privacy.
No, Your Honor.
So all of you will cover this in your memoranda. My second point is, I was again intrigued by a provision that you had in your memorandum of agreement, not present in all the LGUs. This is the Quezon City projects.
Yes, Your Honor.
So just following from Justice Bell. So if 65% is sent to the private contractor, these Quezon City projects, where will it be funded from?
From the QPAX, Your Honor, we have 64 from the QPAX.
Okay, so the 60% that you give to QPAX, merong side agreement. And there is a part of the agreement
Yes, Your Honor.
that QPAX will fund certain projects of Quezon City.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, don't you see this as something similar to what this court struck down in terms of Congress?
Apologies, Your Honor.
Don't you see this as something very similar to what this court struck down in terms of what Congress was doing before?
Your Honor, we do not give any obligations for QPAX. We just ask them if, like I said,
No,
this
but
was
it's
on
in-
provisions made in good faith.
It's
Your
in the
Honor.
contract, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So may nakalagay doon, to get our approval, pumayag kayo sa ganito.
Your Honor, it
And you
says,
see also nothing wrong with that.
if I recall correctly, it says QPAX may at its discretion.
Yes.
Yes,
So
Your Honor.
you see nothing wrong with that.
No, Your Honor.
Yes. And if QPAX wants to be renewed in the future, these councilors will take a look at that provision. Oo, may yan. Pero hindi mo ko pinagbigyan eh. Right?
Your Honor, I could not speculate. on
Yes, you
what-
cannot speculate. But of
Council.
course, this court knows that there are things happening out there that we should draw a line, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, okay, thank you for that.
Your Honor.
Finally, the Solgen, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Solgen, to you, having a car and driving a car, is it a right or a privilege?
The right to own a car is a personal right, but to drive it on public thoroughfares is not a right, but
Okay.
simply a privilege.
Yes, and can you please, and maybe the others can also write on this, what is the effect of a privilege in terms of due process? In terms of the due process, the cardinal due process rights.
Yes.
Okay, because I think there seems to be, from my point of view only, a difference between a human right, for that matter, an inherent human right, a right that is recognized by the state, like the right to own, and a privilege, for example, to drive a car in a road. Insofar as due process rights are concerned, all of them are protected against deprivation. But is there a difference in terms of the application of due process rights? Because this is exactly what we are talking about. Can you cover this in your memorandum?
Yes, we will. That's a very significant issue, if I may say, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Soldier.
Are there any matters, Madam Clerk of Court? Okay, that being the case, we adjourn the session, but parties are directed to submit their respective memorandum or memoranda within 30 days, non-extendable. Thank you very much. From today yan,